Okay, apologies to that. I was in the process of just paying tribute to the MP Dave Emmas, who sadly passed away. Just want to take a minute or two to just record our tribute in Corporate Council to the loss of his life while carrying out his constituent surgery. Something that we all do regularly and don't really think too much about our own safety, but do so to help our constituents. And I want to record my sincere condolences to David's family and friends who've been devastated by this, and to his colleagues who will also be impacted by the loss of their colleague and must be trying to understand why this has happened. In speaking to a couple of my own MP colleagues recently who had known David, they talked of being privileged to have known him, as David was a very friendly and open person and a lovely nature, and well liked across the political divide. His 40 years experience in elected office stood him well for when he had to set aside politics and political differences for the greater good. It's dreadful that anyone should lose their life carrying out their job, more so when you choose to put yourself forward for public service and spend a lifetime helping others. There for the grace of God, and our thoughts are with his nearest and dearest. And I'll just invite Councillor Bissett and Councillor Kerr to, if they wish to make a short tribute.
Thanks, Convener. I think we all echo these sentiments, and certainly David, a well-loved man, David's heart and soul to his constituency, and to lose his life in such tragic circumstances is just appalling, and I don't think any of us can be cowed by any act of terrorism, and we need to just continue as we do, being as safe as we can. I think anybody who takes up public office and realises there are some risk, you're hoping to anybody can come and see you and contact you. So I think to put yourself up for public office for any councillor, any MP is quite commendable. And for David to have given his heart and soul for all these years is remarkable. I think he was called Mr. Southend, and he said that he was a city, and everybody knew him and loved him. So I echo your sentiments, and my sincere condolences go out from me and from the rest of the Labour Group and the Labour Party indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bissett. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. Like yourself and Robert, it's a tragedy that nobody would expect to face when they're going to do their work. Like the two years, our condolences go to his family and the wider community that he served. And as you say, Convener, there is times where we have surgeries and we're there ourselves having our surgeries. And it gives you a thought to say, well, is it safe then to go into that area yourself? Hopefully, as Robert says, that we will be able to continue doing our public service to all our communities. And just our thoughts are with his family. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. And just for members' information, I've asked the officers to do a review of all places that members would hold surgeries, face-to-face surgeries, and do a risk assessment, and to provide any guidance and information on that to the members to ensure that we are as safe as we possibly can be. On that note, we'll move into our agenda proper, and just to say that item 5, which is a motion, as Councillor Nimmo is not able to be with us because he's unwell, and we hope that he gets well soon, we're going to defer that to the next executive so that he can be with us to move that motion. And both Robert and James are content with that. Okay, moving into the agenda at the minute of the meeting of the 5th of October. Can we approve that as a true record.
Agreed.
Is there any, I've touched on that anybody would require, an update from? No. Okay, thank you. Item 4 is the rolling action log. Paul, have you got anything you want to add?
I think, Convener, everything is here that should be here with the exception of item 469, the Forest Estate Plan, but it is noted that that will now come to the next meeting of the Executive on the 30th of November.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions on the rolling action log? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item is the local housing strategy 2017-22 annual review, and it's Ken Gillespie that's going to take this item, maybe?
Thank you very much, Convener. I hope you can hear me.
Sorry, Kenny, could you just hold on a second? Councillor Bissett's asked
I
for...
just wonder if we have I know it's just the beginning of this one, but short 10-minute recess just to discuss a couple of items
would you,
before Kenny talks to it.
before, you would want that before?
Won't take too long.
Okay, if members are content, a brief recess prior to the... Okay, folks, that's us all back in the room, and we'll go to Mr. Gillespie for the report.
Okay, Convener, I hope you can hear me as I said earlier. Thank you very much. The purpose of this report is laid out in section 1. Again, just for members' awareness, the local housing strategy has also been aligned to the rapid housing transitional plans submitted to Scottish Government. Therefore, the LHS priority 3 is within here, and it's the only change to the data we use for this report. The data we use is for 2019-20, but for the priority 3 we use 20 to 21 data. Section 3 of the report lays out that we have 6 priorities within our local housing strategy, and within these 6 priorities we have 38 actions. In area 3.2 of the report, in table 1, it gives you a position statement of where we are. You will notice that we have one red with the 38 actions. That action will be complete by the end of this year. I think also within section 3 of the report, in 3.3, you will see that we're looking to develop a new tenant and customer participation strategy. It's worth knowing for members that we hold the gold award from TPAS in regards to our tenant and customer participation. So we're looking forward to taking that in the coming years. Within the section 3 and going to priority 3, I thought it'd be worth highlighting improve access to housing. Now, it's very much laid out there in regards to what we need to make sure that we support our most vulnerable. As you're aware, the pandemic has has many consequences on us, not saying the least being our temporary accommodation and our most vulnerable, our seekers. Laid out in priority 3 is very much where we're looking to have an initiative to move from the 45% at the present time, taking it to 70% for a period of 6 months and then to be reviewed. Now, the reason for that at the present time is because we are in the region of some 300 days from somebody moving into temporary to move them into a permanent home. We don't want to use bed and breakfast. Bed and breakfast, if we do go down that, would be unsuitable accommodation, and that's not an area that Falkirk has ever done before. The other aspect of moving to bed and breakfast would then mean that it would be an additional cost to the general fund. But the most important of all is using our temporary accommodation, increasing that means that we're giving the support to our most required individuals within Falkirk Council. And I think that's one of the areas that we can discuss a wee bit more later on in the report, Convener. Within going on to the further implications of the report, there is no further implications report, but what I would say in conclusion, the local housing strategy sets out our priorities and the strategic direction of housing over the last 5 years. As the report says, I think that we've done really well, meeting all our targets, and we're confident that all 38 will be complete by the end of the period 2022 of the 6 main items. I refer back to section 2 of the report. The recommendations are laid out there, Convener, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and so is my colleague Laura Smith, who's on the call as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny, for that. I'll go to Councillor Hughes as portfolio holder. Gordon.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning to everyone. This is the 3rd update of our local housing strategy. This report demonstrates strength through the breadth of its content, depth of information, details projects, and has a wealth of statistical data. This is a comprehensive document covering 6 key areas and 38 actions. In relation to this report, we should congratulate staff on the excellence of their work. It would be impossible for me to highlight all aspects of this report. What have I been doing which has mirrored the local housing strategy? During the last year, I have met with the Head of Housing and Communities, Kenny Gillespie, and depending on circumstances, I've tried to keep a programme of either weekly or fortnightly meetings. During the pandemic, we had a weekly telephone call to discuss priorities. Meetings are now carried out using Microsoft Teams. The general framework of our discussions have now revolved around what I would describe as tenancy management, building fabric, resources, and the environment. I also asked what strategic issues have been identified at senior management level. What pressures have been identified which are affecting, for example, conflict resolution? The volume of reported incidents was significantly higher than the pre-pandemic, with around 500 incidents reported via the antisocial behaviour line per month, in comparison to around 200 pre-pandemic. Enforcement procedures were also discussed. Allocations. Discussion took place regarding the high levels of applications and inquiries and what methods were being used to aid in processing the applications. Discussions took place on the numbers of individuals who have not been bidding. The number of individuals on their books amounted to 14,490. Homelessness. When this matter was discussed, there were 353 households in temporary accommodation, and there were also 726 home seeker priority applicants. This issue is further discussed in paragraphs 3.16 to 3.19, where the department seeks approval to introduce a special lettings initiative which increases the number of lets to home seekers to 70%. This to be reviewed after a period of 6 months. I'd like to thank officers for the further clarification regarding their presentation in relation to this matter. Voids. Discussion took place regarding reasons why properties were void and the methods being employed to reduce the backlog. During June 2021, voids per ward was discussed. At that point, the total number of voids was 346. This was subsequently reduced to 250. This is around 150 more than was operated pre-COVID. The information I have is that the department has undertaken a procurement exercise and appointed contractors to help support in addressing the backlog. It is hoped that the backlog is now reducing significantly and that matters will be back to normal by the end of the year. Environment. Climate change in general was discussed with particular reference to the vulnerability of houses, in particular those properties near watercourses or burns which could be prone to flooding. In this regard, the damage caused to properties in West Quarter due to flooding was discussed. Also, fuel poverty was discussed. I attended public meetings regarding this matter. I also attended meetings to discuss the replacement of the thermoflow heating system. Also, issues revolving around, for example, fencing, parking and fly tipping in our estates were discussed. Falkirk Council is required to carry out a tenant satisfaction survey at least once every 3 years, and this is currently underway and will last approximately 7 weeks up until 7th December. The survey will consist of a representative sample of 1,000 tenants drawn from the database of circa 16,500 tenants. Information gathered from this survey will inform the tenant and customer participation strategy. This report also informs us that as at 31st of March 2020, 96.4% of council stock meets the energy efficient standard for social housing. Also, 97.78% of properties meet the Scottish Housing Quality Standard. I commend to committee the recommendations as set out in 2.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Councillor Bowes?
Thank you, Convener. I'm happy to second Councillor Hughes. However, I'd like to make a comment on one particular section of this report, and that is the lettings initiative. Firstly, I note the wording of the recommendation, that it is essential to ensure that we meet the ongoing needs of the people that have registered as homeless, meet the aims of rapid housing and the council's statutory obligations, that we significantly reduce the backlog of homeless households awaiting offers of settled accommodation. This is all very much about numbers and legislation-driven reasons for doing this. However, I want to touch on something that's probably a little bit more personal, and hopefully most councillors will recognise it. I personally deal with a number of cases of homeless people that have been bidding on houses for over a year, and because of the emergency situations in their lives, they have been placed in private rented accommodation. This is taking these people off the street, for which they were truly thankful. But the unintended side effect of putting these people into significant debt, and one in particular £4,500, as private lets are a lot more expensive than council properties. The reasons these people become homeless vary from escaping violent partners to financial distress due to loss of any employment. I want to ask a question and then just finish up. Can I ask Lorna, because I understand that she may have some detail on this, on the people who have homeless, and obviously not identifying any individuals, but can you give us a rough idea of how many people and the sort of main reasons why they register as homeless?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowes. Laura, are you able to give some detail around the reasons that people are registered as homeless?
Yes, good morning everybody. Thank you for letting me come to. We have many reasons for people presenting as homeless. One of it is domestic abuse. Unfortunately, we see in Falkirk high levels of people presenting as homeless because of the levels of domestic abuse that we see in the area. That I know is being addressed at within the Falkirk Plan as well, and with the Community Planning Partnership. We also see people who have medical conditions that have maybe lost their job because they're not able to work anymore. Also, COVID has caused people to go into furlough or indeed lose their jobs because of the impact of the pandemic. There are also people that maybe have other issues, whether it's drug and alcohol, that maybe see themselves with a breakdown of relationship and having to come through as homeless. So there are many different reasons why people present as homeless. And it's about not only just providing them with temporary accommodation, but also ensuring that they work with partners to look at support that they put in place for them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Becky, you want to come back?
Yeah, it's just to finish off from the information. Thank Lorna for that information. My worry is that human beings mentioned could end up in bed and breakfast accommodation, which I hope all members of this executive would agree would not be suitable for families and particularly vulnerable women. I hope the executive could see the temporary amendment to the allocations policy, as it states in this report, as essential, and will give the service the tools to help the citizens of Falkirk that are in the most need. I understand that it would be possible to give us some updates during the 6-month period, and I would be happy to see that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bryce. I just wanted to clarify that is there the potential to be able to give an idea on a regular basis to members about the movement that we're making, particularly in our homeless accommodation. I appreciate it's very complex because it depends very much on how we can move through our voids and get people sort of circulating in the system. And that's just a legacy of COVID, but is there a potential to be able to give an update so that by the time we come to review this in 6 months' time, that members will be able to see the work that's been done? Yes.
Vina, I'm happy to give updates either monthly or every 2 monthly to the 6-month period, Vina.
Okay, thank you. Okay, colleagues, I'll open it up for any other members' questions or comments. Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, Convener. I've got a couple of questions first, but I've given notice of an amendment. Question for Kenny, probably. Do we have the balance right between building new homes and purchasing through the buyback scheme?
Through you, Convener. That's a very good question. There is many pluses and minuses to that. I would say depends. We have movement in regards to our buybacks, where it allows us to buy bigger properties quicker in ex-council houses. The buybacks also allows us to release properties where we call they're blocked in regards to our local housing strategy. So that very much helps with that process, and it also allows us to get houses quicker back in the letting pool, which certainly helps with the item that we just spoke about there now, dealing with our allocations. Regarding new build is really good if it's built for specific. So I'm thinking of our elderly, disabled and ambient, because when you build from scratch, you're building for a specific need. We can adapt council properties at present, but we're adapting them, but they're not built to be adapted, but we're certainly making life as easy as possible. So back to your question, I think we've got it right at the present time. However, I think going forward, it's something that we would like to do some more further investigations into and make sure that we've got the balance going forward, Councillor.
Thanks, Kenny. My second question is probably for Laura. It's regarding the rehab houses in Grangemouth. I wonder if you could maybe give us a brief update on how they're doing for alcohol and drugs.
Through you, convener. Yes, sure. We did have 2 recovery houses in our Shira model down in Grangemouth. We have now actually embedded that model into the Housing First model, so we don't actually have recovery beds as such, as in 2 recovery beds. We are looking at ensuring that people in a recovery journey are being supported through ourselves and partners in the community in which they have family support. So we are then identifying a tenancy and doing a wraparound support, which includes very much recovery and harm reduction within that model of support.
Thanks very much for that, Laura. It seems to have been quite a successful strategy, and I'm glad to see it's been incorporated in the overall strategy. We've got an amendment, so I'd just like to say a wee bit about it. We feel that moving to 70% will disenfranchise other people who have been sitting on the waiting list for a long time, and it will have a detrimental effect to the whole allocations policy, and I think it could be a recipe for failure, really. So I think that we need to take a broader look at this. So our recommendation, amendment is, we agree recommendations 1, 2 and 3, and substitute for 4, asks for a comparison of the options available to the Council to improve access to housing, such as the proposed letting initiative, and prioritising voids and buybacks, and that this is reported to the Executive following a consultation on the options with Tenants and Residents Association. I formally move that, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Can we get some copies of that and obviously share that electronically? And I think everyone maybe 10 minutes or so to give a bit of consideration to the amendment.
Councillor Blackwell,
Oh,
second.
sorry, apologies. Do we have a seconder first? Apologies for that.
Yes, Convener, can I say a few words? Well, maybe more than a few words, actually, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Right, I mean, obviously I understand the severity of the situation, and I think Councillor Bell's expressed that very well. But firstly, I'd like to thank Kenny Westby and all the staff and all his different teams, because I think they've worked very hard during the pandemic, sometimes under very difficult circumstances. And an awful lot of what's in this report is really very good. However, I do have several concerns regarding the paper, and I do understand that we have a difficult situation on our hands, a very difficult situation, with our council sitting way above the Scottish average, having 34% of our homeless applicants sitting in temporary accommodation, while the rest of the country is around about 6%. It's a huge difference, and we need to really have a look to see why we have so many people living in temporary accommodation compared with other areas. And I think Laura's spoke about some of that. We're still big outliers compared with everybody else, and we need to figure out why that is. I don't know about the rest of you, but I have significant numbers of inquiries from families, and I have ongoing conversations with families regularly who are living in very difficult circumstances, overcrowded, with no privacy and no space, sometimes with a member of the family having significant medical needs, which again encroaches and causes difficulties with space, etc. This 6-month policy, although it's only 6 months, will be a huge blow to some of these people, and I'm deeply concerned about the impact that's going to have on them without some type of mitigation, so that they can have some level of hope. Now, of course, we need to do some urgently rectify this, but can we buy back larger properties? In the report, it says that, like in the following report, it says that we've been buying back 1 and 2 bedroom flats and houses, but obviously we know there's not a lot of houses there. So could we buy back 3 bedroom flats and make them more attractive to families? For example, in Grangemouth, there's lots of flats that have grass round about them. Could we make a play area beside these blocks of flats? And Kerstybank Avenue, we very successfully, it was expensive, but we actually made a block of flats into a family-friendly block with 2 4-bedroom apartments on the ground floor. And that's been really successful, and I don't think there's been a lot of movement in that block since it was established. Anyway, we need to look and see what else we can do. We've obviously got a high number of voids, and that could, if it could get a move on with that, really, that could make a big difference. can we offer bigger and better incentives to people? I know we've offered incentives in the past to people who live in larger accommodation and the need, but can we actually go all out to try and get something done about that quickly? Can we, I mean, we could offer, I could think of different incentives we could offer for that. So I really think that alongside obviously this urgent homeless situation, we also have families living in very cramped conditions, and we need to make sure that they're not left behind, because I really seriously worry about some of my family's mental health. So also at the priority indicators, we went from 10, which was a previous high, up to 50 tenants who'd refused homeless applications. At the same time, the number of people getting housing support reduced quite significantly. Now, I did have a chat with Mr Gillespie last week, and I feel reassured about that, because he told me that Housing First was delayed until January 2021, and obviously we know that there's a lot of money being invested in Housing First. So hopefully, I'm hoping that next year we will see a big positive difference in those stats. And that was really all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that, Alison. So if we could take a 10-minute break just to consider the amendment and come back at 11:10. Okay, colleagues, if we can reconvene. Okay, I've got a couple of questions that I would like to ask Mr Gillespie, just in relation to the amendment. Kenny, how long would this piece of work that's been asked for take, and what would then be the impact, particularly on those that are in the homeless category, around the timescales, and any other unintended consequences that may stem from that?
Thank you very much, Convener. To do any meaningful consultation, you're talking 6 to 8 weeks with a tenant, so we're really talking the start of next year before we really get anything meaningful back. What that will mean if we don't move the percentage now, and most certainly go to bed and breakfast, which then will tie us back to unsuitable accommodation. It will have a significant impact on the general fund budget, but I think most of all, as I said earlier, it certainly sends a red flag to Scottish regulator that actually we're not doing everything possible to make sure that we're supporting the homeless in suitable accommodation. So that will have a negative impact as far as I'm concerned if we delay the higher percentage going forward.
And I know this isn't something that's unique to Falkirk Council, but other councils have had to take some hard decisions around this as well. What interventions have they made in relation to dealing with the high homeless numbers?
So there is other councils, and one in particular, they shut their allocations down for a period of 2 months and only direct match to what we call home seekers, and it clears and then they start that back up. Or they have within the policy at officers' discretion to move the percentages on a monthly basis to accommodate their seekers, because that is the priority.
Okay. Would you see this as just really as an emergency situation, and that's why we're looking at a short-term intervention, and some of the other stuff around that's in the amendment, we're actually doing a lot of that, particularly around the buybacks.
I think it is an emergency situation in regards to dealing with our most vulnerable, and that's certainly the reason why we've put it up, and it's why it's there for a review after 6 months. We're confident that this will make a huge impact in the direction. In regards to buybacks, that's a fine line with buybacks. As I said earlier, I think it was Councillor Bissett that asked the question. Buybacks is great, it gets properties on, but we have to also be mindful that that also has an impact on first-time buyers, because a lot of people out there looking to get onto the housing market, and that frees them up to put additional pressure onto our housing lists as well. At the same time, we've also got to watch we don't corner the market. That is just the council, because that's not good for competition either. But we certainly have been buying back 4-bedroom properties. Members may be aware that authorisation was given that officers can go an agreed percentage above the DV valuation for properties, and we have been doing that, and we've been successful to getting back some of the larger properties. With regards to the 3-bedroom flatted accommodation, that's still our most desirable. The pandemic information that we've got has shown that people are now wanting to move away from flatted accommodation to get a front and a back door. And that's one of the things that we're trying to work with in certain areas that we're working with, looking at master plans for the future housing, and which will form part of the new LHS plan going forward.
Okay, thanks, Kenny. The other thing that I just wanted to ask is if we were going to look at changing the balance of buybacks, that was something that would normally be factored into our budget deliberations as well. And again, that would be at the turn of the year. Okay, thanks for that. I think Councillor Gardner has his hand up. I'll let Paul answer whatever.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Convener. It's another question for Mr. Gillespie. Kenny, I've been reading this amendment here, and so, in your professional opinion, what will this do to the backlog that we're looking at? And we've heard that saying it's an emergency situation we're in just now, and we know it's some of the most in need in the area. So what do you think this will do to address the backlog that we really need to look at as soon as possible?
There's nothing, to be very honest and upfront to all members, there's nothing within the amendment that we're not doing now. For instance, prioritising voids. We just recently have brought in additional contractors to try and help with the voids. We are facing issues still with COVID, long COVID. Our contractors are finding issues with getting staff as well. So we've had to even pull additional resources in. I'm hoping that this will have a positive impact at the start of next year with voids, because it does take a bit of time to get them. And I've already spoke about the buyback, so I don't think there's nothing that we're not doing there. The one thing that I will say, can do feedback with our local tenants, and that, but it'll be the feedback that we've got from the pandemic and what they're looking for, because we've done a lot of extensive anecdotal feedback from them when we were doing other types of work in that, Councillor.
Thanks for that, Kenny. That was kind of the thoughts I had. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garner. Any other member? Councillor Kent.
Thanks, Convener. I have one or two questions for Kenny. Can you tell me how many? I don't know if I got the right amount of it when Gordon was doing his summary. How many people are actually on the housing list?
There's probably circa about 8,000 that are sitting on our housing list now, and I see my colleagues nodding their head, which is not too bad. So yeah, there's about 8,000 on the list now, broken into different categories, Councillor.
Can you tell me how many are in the 3 bands?
Yeah, I've not got that information at this present time, but happy to get that and provide that to you, Councillor.
When we're saying 70%, Kenny, why 70%?
70%, we look at the flow that's came through, and that allows us to get to reduce the days that it takes them through the period that they sit in homelessness. It also gives us time to then free up the voids to then come back into mainstream as well. And because we're at saturation point, as members are aware, we've put an additional 150 voids into the homeless pool. It allows that to free up so that we can get movement. We're really looking at, we worked it out the exact figures to about 75 to 78%, but for seasonal changes in that, we thought that 70% would certainly make a huge impact. And if it dealt with a quicker issue, then obviously we'd look to revert back to the original percentages once the impact has been realised, Councillor.
Thanks, Kenny. The statement you made when Cecil asked you the question, I thought the easy answer would be just to shut everything down for 2 months.
Yeah.
And
so,
concentrate on
that. Yeah. Councillor, that was an option. We looked at that option, discussed that option, but at the same time, we also wanted to make sure there was still an avenue for others, because we do take on points that others may have different other issues that they want to try and relieve as well, like overcrowding. So we wanted to leave that out, but that would certainly be an option as well. That's a much quicker option, and it would certainly deal with it a lot quicker as well. But it does have the unfortunate issue where we need to stop from home movers and home starters for that small period, and then go back to our normal percentages.
I'm just thinking, coming into Christmas, if we've got people homeless going into Christmas, that 2 month period that we've got to Christmas would help them immensely.
It would be hard to disagree with you, Councillor, on that in regards to it's our most vulnerable client and most in need, and that's why they have priority within our allocations process.
Thank you. Thanks, Vivian.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Coombs.
Thanks, Convener. Putting this video on, I hope you can hear me. I'm having trouble when I've both sound and vision going on. Obviously, this is a very emotive issue. We all have constituents with huge problems, and I understand the urgency for the homeless sector. However, I think we need to be very aware that if we do this, in giving the homeless people priority, a lot of the other fans are left then without hope. And I think that's why it's important that we try and compromise. Every one of us has the same values and aspirations.
Sorry,
somebody else talking there.
Sorry, we lost you there a little.
Okay, I'll try it without the video. Okay, I'll try it without the video and see if that helps. Is that any clearer?
No. If you continue to speak, we'll hopefully be able to catch everything you're saying.
Right, okay. As I said, we're all here, officers and members alike, want to try and help the aspirations of people who need our housing. And the bottom problem, as we all know, is that there just isn't enough housing stock to go around to satisfy the needs of people. However, I do think we need to be aware that in prioritising to this extent the people who are homeless, a lot of people then without hope, those who have been waiting with various different circumstances, albeit they're not homeless, to have peace. So I think what would be the best idea is if we try and find some compromise. And I was interested in when Councillor Kerr said about closing it. Again, as I say, I think that would lose hope for a lot of other people. But perhaps when Kenny mentioned in answer to your question, Convener, about the officer's discretion, where they move the priorities on a monthly basis in other councils, I'm wondering, Kenny, did we look at that? Is there a reason that we haven't gone down that avenue rather than the one that you're looking at the moment? As I say, the officer's discretion, move the priorities on a monthly basis. Could you just give us a bit more information on that to see whether or not that's workable?
Convener, to yourself. Councillor Coombs, thank you very much. We have looked at that, and that's why we came to 70% now, the 45 where we started for, and then the 28% additional that we've got. So this is us looking at it. This is officers looking at all the data that we've got to go here. We would like...
Sorry, Kenny, can I interrupt for a wee second? Is it just me, or is there a lot of rattling noise going on in the background?
There's no noise going on in the room. Everybody's seated and behaving and very quiet. So and we're not hearing background noise. So I'm sorry.
And everybody else is muted.
It actually only seems to be when you're speaking, Joan, that it's coming from your end.
Is it? Okay, that's strange. Home alone, sitting still. Right, okay, carry on. It was just a trouble hearing you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, yes, officers have looked at that, and that would be potentially something we'd look at once we looked at the backlog till we got it down to manageable to come back. But our officers' direction is very much, as I've said before, and apologies for repeating it, is how we deal with our most vulnerable. And we are saying quick action is required, and that's why we'll put it as a recommendation today. But going forward, yes, that would help if officers had some sort of discussion going forward to look at altering the percentages. But today it's very much getting something in place that we can get ourselves back to level field and not to go down unsuitable accommodation route.
Okay, okay. One of the other thoughts that I've had in the past, we're also aware that there are older people who are sitting in family homes with maybe 2 or 3 beds, and they don't necessarily need that space now, although, you know, quite understandably they don't want to move. Could we put some sort of incentive in to help and encourage them to move, perhaps? I don't know, £5,000 bonus if you downsize. I know we've talked about this before and we put something in place, but as you've said, this is an emergency and we really need to deal with it as if it is such. Something big and something that's out there that shouts at people and makes it more tempting so that we do get more family-sized accommodation. So as I say, perhaps a lump sum, and then help with removals and redecoration and things like that, because again, people are fearful of all the unknowns. So put a house moving package together and try and free up some more stock. I don't know if that's something that we could bring forward.
Convener, for yourself before, you're absolutely right, Councillor, that's a great idea, and it's one that we have done and we are doing at the present time as part of a previous report that we got to the executive last year. We got additional monies and we targeted different groups as well. It used to only pay the feed up 2 bedrooms. We're now going even lower than that, and we pay what I call a handsome payment to them. But we also help them where they do need required, depending on their situation. And it also ties back into our new build programme, and it goes back to where I spoke earlier about making sure that if we are building properties, it's building the right properties for the right area that allows people to free up the larger houses. They've got that support package in place for them. So they are something that we're doing now, and we've actively, in some cases, been phoning individuals to make sure that the property is suited for them, but also at the same time making them aware of, did you know if you wanted to move to a smaller, more manageable property, you would be incentivised into payment and different ways as well. So we already do that at the present time. Again, what I will say is COVID has certainly had a huge impact in that. COVID's not going away now, so we're trying to do things, obviously, with the pandemic at the present time. So even if we did get something like that in place, to move somebody from one house to get another, we're still going to be 6 to 8 weeks down the road before we can even push. We're still coming at the back of next year if we don't do something quickly now in regards to our seekers.
I'm just aware I haven't spoken about this to my group members, but how would a 3-month change of, rather than the 6-month that you're saying just now, if we looked at what you want to do, but doing it for 3 months, which takes us up just to the back end of Christmas, it's an immediate impact. I understand what you're saying. If we delay this now, it means that the urgency is delayed. Would that help rather than the 6 months? Because that then, it's kind of like a halfway house. It means that people that feel that they're not being prioritised, the ones that are still in overcrowded conditions that don't suit them. And in the meantime, try and look at all these other options, whether it is letting officers have that monthly discretion to change the priorities.
Obviously,
So if we passed it today, but
Yeah.
put a proviso on it for 3 months rather than 6.
Through you, convener, and obviously that's a member's decision. What I can say is, whatever members decide, I'm happy to bring back the findings after 3 months. So whether it's agreed at 6 months as per, we can bring back the findings after 6 months. I think we said earlier, I would bring back the impact on a monthly basis. And if there was a follow-up or a small report to bring back, or where we are on the 3 months impact, again, I'm happy to do what members decide that they look for us to do in addressing this issue at the present time.
Would that proviso or that compromise, would that, in your opinion, help somewhat if it was passed today and enacted immediately, rather than we had originally looked at?
Yeah. Any change?
Can I maybe just come in at this stage? Because we were in danger of things kind of going off, and it's become very much a kind of one-to-one there. I think the 6 months is what's been asked for at the moment, but you have agreed to bring back regular reports to members. And I think that there might be some merit in considering at 3-month point reviewing where things are, and making a decision whether or not the 3 months has been effective, and whether you still need another 3 months in order to be able to get things back on track that takes us to the 6 months, or whether that could then at that point be reviewed. I can understand what's been said around giving officers the flexibility to vary the percentage, but we also need to be open and transparent to the folks that are tenants as well, and often the allocations process can be mystified anyway, so I think we just need to be careful about doing that and not having that openness and transparency for those that are maybe looking from the outside. So if I would be happy if Councillor Hughes would consider just a slight change in that we have a 3-month review, at which point we can look at the effectiveness of how the voids have been met, considering we've got contractors in to try and move that through, and whether or not we are likely to be able to meet our obligations and get things back on track after 3 months, or whether we could be at that point. I don't know whether that would give a kind of compromise position that would allow...
Sorry, Convener, just before you do that, can I just say that there was a proviso at the beginning of my statement when I was asking Kenny these questions, that I have not discussed this with my group.
Yeah.
It's just in order to try and find some sort of compromise. So before you put that to Gordon to consider on his motion, I would rather have either a recess or hear from other members of the group.
Well, I was going to hear from other members, and then if required, then certainly we could go back into a further recess to consider that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Black, you put your hand up. You've actually already spoken, but if you've got a question, then I'm happy to allow you to ask a question.
Alison, are you on mute?
I'm not hearing that.
Apologies, Convener. Thank you. I was just to ask Mr. Gillespie, is there no any way that you can put further mitigation measures in place, meanwhile, to try and help the families that are sitting in overcrowded circumstances, because it's their mental health I'm worried about, because I know we're saying that obviously it's an emergency situation, but for many people living in overcrowded circumstances, it's an emergency situation for them as well. So further incentives, like I know that we have put incentives in place, but there were small ones. Can we put larger incentives in place, etc., to look at that at the same time, because we need to give, we can't leave people without any hope at all, and some of these families are really struggling.
Okay, Kerry?
Yeah, convener for yourself. One of the things, Councillor Black, is because the housing list has reduced so much because of the initiatives put in place, it frees up Laura's staff to have more one-to-one discussions with them to help support measures. So that's certainly something that Laura and her team are doing and actively want, and that ties back into the rapid rehousing plan. So that's certainly one of our directions moving this forward, is to help and support and making sure that they've got all available choices going forward, Councillor Black. So certainly is one of the priorities of Laura and her team to deal with that. So we'll certainly, whatever's agreed today, we'll be going away and looking at different ways to support all our individuals who are on our waiting list, because it is about housing needs. So yeah, absolutely.
Okay, is there any other member at this point? Okay, colleagues, if you can get on moving. Okay, I have made a suggestion, and obviously the other groups have an opportunity to consider. Colin's got a form of words which maybe read out, and I'll go to Councillor Hughes to see his thoughts initially, and then I'll go back to James and Robert.
Thank you, convener. As I understand the proposal as it's been made, is to amend paragraph 4 of the recommendations to substitute a period of 3 months for a period of 6 months that is mentioned, and thereafter to state, with an opportunity for the executive to consider whether the lettings initiative requires to be further extended.
Thank you, Colin. Councillor Hughes?
I'm not hearing Councillor Hughes.
Sorry, that's my mistake. Yes, I'm happy with that, but I obviously wish to refer to Councillor Bowes just to make sure that he's happy with that.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Is the second there?
Happy to go along with that.
Thank you.
Yes. I'll go to Councillor Bissett and then Councillor Kerr for any comments.
Thanks, convener. We had a wee chat about this, and we would agree the 3 months, but we would ask as well that mitigations are put in place to help those who might be really struggling. And I know Kenny's already indicated that, but I'd like them to focus on that, and we would like to see a monthly report as indicated as well. And also just that voids do seem to be the logjam, and I know Kenny's against it, he's prioritising it, but if we try and accelerate that, the voids, because if we could free up, get the voids going, get them back in action again, that would help. So I would just look to my plea is that accelerate the voids as best we can, but we do agree with 3 months, convener.
Thank you, Councillor Bissett, and I think we all share the need to accelerate the voids, but also have an understanding that the challenges the service are under at the moment. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, convener. I think that's a fair compromise, 3 months. And wasn't until you listened to Mr. Gillespie that you realise how difficult it is now for the homeless. So yes, we'll support that.
Okay, thank you, everybody, and I'm aware that I don't see everybody on the screen, so just in case there's anybody else that wanted to speak on the matter, to give them the opportunity. No? Okay, in which case are we agreed with the amendment to the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that took a long time, but I think taking on board everybody's concerns, we've got worked our way through it collectively, and that includes with the technology. Okay, move on to item 7, which is the Scottish Housing Regulatory Annual Assurance Statement, and again it's back to Kerry for that one.
Through you, convener, thank you very much. This is our annual Scottish Housing Assurance Statement, and the purpose of this report is laid out in section 1, which provides the annual assurance statement on the activities of the Council's housing services for the committee's approval and your signature as convener. In section 2 of the report gives a bit of background, but in main it's to comply with the regulator's framework. The Council has to submit their annual assurance statement to the regulator by the 31st of October. This statement requires, as I say, to be signed off by the Delegate Local Authority Committee, which is this committee. Within section 4 of the report, it provides some considerations, and the areas that we did look at was the required level of assurance, the sources of that assurance and the evidence to support this, and also the need for independent assurance. And we used our internal audit team for that. In section 4.2, it outlays that as in one of our appendices that internal audit report provided that independent assurance, and they gave us substantial assurance, and that's within appendix 3 of the report. There is various other appendices supporting this report, which all gives the transparency and evidence that a committee requires to make sure to comply to the regulator requirement. What I will say, going through the report into 6.5 of the report, it shows where we have developed an action plan for our qualities monitoring, which we will expand once the human rights guidance is published. And again, that's provided as evidence in Appendix 5. I think just drawing together this overview, convener, the annual assurance statement provides Falkirk Council Housing Service compliance under Chapter 3 of the regulation framework. We did not fully meet all the requirements in 2 areas, and that was quality of housing and repairs. But this was due to the pandemic, and we're working towards full compliance of that. And that was in areas of small repairs and gas, and that was due to individuals having COVID and the suspension of the service, which was fully reported and accepted to the regulator. I refer back to section 2 of the recommendation within the report, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kerry. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, convener. What is the regulator's focus? To safeguard and promote the interests of persons who are or who may become homeless, tenants of social landlords, recipients of housing services provided by social landlords. On the 1st of April 2019, a new framework and statutory guidance came into force from the Scottish Housing Regulator. The framework set out regulatory requirements for local authorities and registered social landlords, covering assurance and notification. Performance against the Scottish Social Housing Charter, which has 16 standards and outcomes. Tenants and service users redress, whistleblowing and equality and human rights. Appendix 2 of this excellent report sets out what the assurance statement is with evidence. In Appendix 4, internal audit has reviewed the completeness and accuracy of the 16 draft statements by the Housing and Community Service for each of the Scottish Social Housing Charter standards and outcomes. After validation, internal audit provided substantial assurance. The Scottish Social Housing Charter standards and outcomes are set out in Annex 1. Annex 2 sets out the definition of assurance categories. Substantial assurance, limited assurance, no assurance. In Appendix 5, Housing and Communities have set out an Equalities Action Plan dated September 2021. In paragraph 7 of the main report, we should note that the annual assurance statement confirms that Falkirk Council Housing Service complies with the requirements set out in Chapter 3 of the regulatory framework. It is also noted that the department didn't fully meet the requirements in two areas, quality of housing and repairs due to the pandemic. However, the auditor was satisfied with the evidence presented and awarded substantial assurance. I commend this report to committee as recommended in 2.1 of the recommendations. I ask committee to approve the annual assurance statement prior to its submission to the Scottish Housing Regulator. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you, Convener. I'll keep this relatively short. I'm content to second Councillor Hughes on this report and understand the reasons for the items which have not been fully compliant in it. I also accept that will hopefully be back in compliance for 2022, and therefore if I do pass vetting, I do get approved in my branch, and importantly I obtain enough support during the election, none of which is guaranteed. I hope to be back to see a return to full compliance with the regulatory framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. And I'll open it up for any members' questions and comments. Councillor Bissett?
Thanks, Convener. It's just a question around the areas with partial compliance, and gas safety checks was 205 no done within the required timescale, and the non-emergency repairs. I just wondered what progress has been made to correct this.
Thank you, Councillor Bissett. Kenny?
Yep, for you, Convener. All the cases that were identified within this report are now complete. The areas that were the biggest issue with gas safety checks was individuals when we were doing the service check, they either had COVID or didn't want anybody in because they were self-isolating or protect themselves due to their specific illnesses. What I will say, it's much better. We are still getting 2 or 3, but the team we're down to potential single figures. So the team have dealt with the backlog, and we're now on a monthly basis compliant or almost absolutely fully compliant overall the previous months since that. As far as small repairs, the service is up and running. We still have difficulties with that, as I mentioned earlier in the previous report. We still have issues with COVID and staff, but also getting other support mechanisms like contractors involved to help us. But we're certainly making great inroads into that, and I'm sure by the end of the financial year we'll be in a better position than we are at the present time, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. And Councillor Coombs? No, Councillor Coombs, are you there? Councillor Coombs, you're on mute. You're on mute, Councillor Coombs. Can't hear you.
Is that not a legacy hand container? It seems to have been up a while.
I'll come back to Councillor Coombs if she wants to come in, and I'll open up. Is there anyone else that wants to make a question or comment? Okay, I'll be happy to agree the report.
Agreed.
Thank you very much, folks. We move on to the Strategic Housing Investment Plan, which is the third in the trilogy this morning, and this is Mr. Ritchie who's going to take this report for us.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Convener. This is a report that comes to members on an annual basis, and it's a submission of a housing investment plan, and if members agree the report this morning, then it'll go into the Scottish Government for their consideration. Our housing investment plan covers new build and buyback, covers council new build and buyback, as well as RSL partners. It's a 5-year plan. It takes through to 26-27. Although it's a 5-year plan, as I mentioned earlier, subject to an annual report that comes back to members. Progress is monitored through the usual capital programme reports that Brian brings to members, going on the agenda later on today, and we've got the quarterly updates that we have with the Scottish Government and RSL partners. There are 3 recommendations in the report, and they're set out in section 2.1 for members' consideration. Table 1 in section 3.2 has got a bit of a rear view mirror look at what's been achieved in terms of new build for ourselves, RSL partners, and buybacks for ourselves and RSL partners, and I won't go through the numbers there. We start to note in the report about the cost pressures pushing up the cost of new build, and also the delays that we've got in the new build programme brought about by COVID. We talk about government grant assistance, which sits at £59,000 per unit for council and £72,000 per unit for RSL partners. Section 4.3 of the report looks at our resource planning assumptions over the course of the next 5 years. Our submission in our investment plan is capped at the resource planning assumption plus a 25% allowance. So in 4.7 of the report, the total programme that we're putting forward is seeking £95 million worth of support from the government, and that would provide just over 1,600 properties over that period. Later in the report, we return to the issue of costs, and we look back at 2014, where the average cost of a new build was about £144,000. The most recent new build projects at Torwood and at Main Street and Bonnybridge, that price had gone up from £144,000 to £210,000 for a new build unit. So just a reminder that costs are increasing, and we expect to see costs increasing again. The factors that are set out in the report that I've referenced earlier, that Brian has later on in the agenda. Section 4.12 of the report looks at the property types which are set out in the investment plan going forward. 4.14 turns the attention to buybacks. We've already mentioned in the previous item that we've got a programme of looking to buy back about 80 properties a year through our buyback programme. Again, the price of buybacks has increased over a period of time as well. In 2013-14, average price of a buyback was about £57,000. We're now looking about £94,000. The council only has permission to use the district valuer to carry out valuations in relation to a buyback programme. There's increased pressure on the DV at the moment, so we're seeking members' agreement through one of the recommendations to use a valuer with equivalent to RICS status to help us progress our buyback programme. So it's a very ambitious programme that's set out for members. The recommendations are set out in section 2.1 of the report. I'm happy to answer questions that members have. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. I'll go to Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Convener. The Council is expected to produce a balanced and realistic development programme. I believe that the SHIP report, as highlighted, is both realistic and flexible in approach. This report is a comprehensive report filled with facts and statistical information. Officers should be congratulated on the excellence of their work. However, we should be mindful that the construction industry has faced challenges during 2020-2021, as set out in paragraph 3.3. No one can predict exactly what the future holds in relation to the construction industry. However, we should always be positive in our thinking and ambitious in our outlook. What we can say is that more social housing is planned over the next 5 years across the Falkirk area. From March 2017 to 2020-21, the Council has completed 113 new build projects. Paragraph 3.2 highlights the number of new build council properties completed during 2020-21. This was 44. From 2013-14 to 2020-21, the number of buybacks was a total of 654. The potential council projects for 2022-23 up to 26-27 is 568 council new build, 400 buybacks, a total of 968 homes. RSL Partners will build 641 new build properties. Paragon will buy back 25 properties, a total of 666 properties, giving a grand total of 1,634 homes. Numerous locations across the Falkirk Council area have been identified for future developments. These include Denny, Bonnybridge, Byknock, Falkirk, Roslyn and Maddiston. The complete list of SHIP projects are listed in Appendix 1. The amount of grant requested from the Scottish Government is £98,442,400. The average cost of a council new build project in 2014 was £144,823. Current projected costs at Torwood and Main Street, Bonnybridge are £209,404. The projected average cost per property for future projects in the SHIP is £236,086. The average price of a buyback in 2013-2014 was £56,935. By 2020-21, it had increased to £94,141. The Scottish Government has increased the grant for buybacks from £25,000 to £35,000. Plans also include an increase in the number of fully accessible properties which are suitable for wheelchair users. In relation to adapting properties, action plans are being developed and we are working with partners to redesign the adaptation process. In addition, we are assessing each buyback property for suitability to adapt during the void process. Funding to deliver the SHIP projects are a combination of the Council's HRA, Scottish Government for Affordable Housing Supply Programme grant, RSL private finance, second home council tax and affordable housing policy commuted sum. The shortfall between grant funding and new build cost is met in the tenant's rent and prudential borrowing. As part of our partnership, council tenants are consulted and kept fully informed through 2 tenant working groups, how your money is spent and the housing asset management plan groups. Council tenants are also kept informed of the SHIP through regular articles in Tenant Talk. The SHIP would not be as successful as this report highlights if it wasn't for 2 key processes, that is partnership and collaborative work. I commend to committee the recommendations as set out in 2.1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. And I think Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Convener. I'm happy to second the report. I do have a question for Mr. Ritchie or Mr. Gillespie here, and it's in relation to the Denny Phase 1, we call it, in the report. And I'm asked continuously by residents of Denny and Dunny Payson area when work will actually begin on this site, because it's been well known it's been planned for a while now. So do you have any idea of when this would take place?
Yeah, Stuart, Kenny?
Yeah, through yourself, convener. This is going to be, I think, something that's going to be tail end of the first quarter of next calendar year, probably more likely summer, second quarter of next financial year.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Mr. Richard. It's something that we've heard in the previous reports, how much needed the new housing stock is, and certainly quality stock that the council do produce. Thanks for that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garner. And Councillor Black?
Thanks. It was just a quick question, probably a comment for page 112 about the buybacks at 4.15. It does say that the council have been buying back 1 and 2 bedroom flats and houses of all sizes, and I think that for myself, I know in Tenant, for example, I mean, some of the flats are looking amazing. In Shire Park, and there's lots of flats near there, and because of the transformation of the park, a lot more families are actually enjoying staying in those flats. So I think that, although I know that families prefer to stay in a house with a back and front door, but I think if we do more to make 2-bedroom flats more attractive, then families, if they're homeless, they'll all go into them. And I think that some of those flats are really nice flats, and we should be trying harder to get some of them back. But we just also ask, Paragon's obviously one of the local social landlords, and they're buying back 5 every year, which is probably quite a significant amount for them, it being a smaller housing association. But is there any way that we can help them to buy back more, because they have significant numbers of properties in that area, and or could we help them do more of those to make them more appealing to families? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Stuart?
I think Kenny's going to pick this up. I can come in behind Kenny.
Okay, that's fine. Kenny?
Vina, through yourself, Councillor Batt, yeah. We are working with Paragon, and that's where Paragon have came on with buying back property, so it was certainly ourselves that supported them down that route, and we constantly have regular meetings with our partners, not just themselves, but other RSL partners who to do that. In regards to flatted areas within the game, certainly something we'd look at on specific areas, but all information is telling us now that there's not that great demand, and that's true. We have that, but also, as you're aware, we have discussions within Grange with looking at the housing master plan down there and look what we could do to better utilise the space and the space as a whole, and that will take on board the 3-bedroom properties and the land around it to make it more attractive, regardless of what direction we do, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member? Councillor Bissett?
Thanks, Convener. I'd just like to ask, regarding the shut, how do we decide what projects are supported for the shut? What's the criteria and how do you prioritise that?
I'll pick that up, Convener. So matrix that we use to come up with our SHIP programme, and the kind of main headings in the criteria are set out in section 4.2 of the appendix. So the criteria includes strategic direction, so it's the fit of the project with our LHS, what's the fit with our housing needs and demand assessment, what's the deliverability of the project, where does it fit with the local development plan, what's the costs that are involved in the project, are they likely to be within a range that is deliverable for us. What's the size, tenure and housing type of the proposed development? What's the number of accessible units in the proposed development? And finally, we look at sustainability of energy efficiency from the proposed development. So these are the kind of broad headings that we use as part of the matrix to come up with the projects that we think will be capable of being delivered within the framework set out by the Scottish Government.
Thank you. Stuart, contempt of this councillor, is it? Yeah.
Contempt of that, convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr?
Thanks, convener. Morning. 4.10, as has been stated previously, twice on the report and once by Councillor Hughes, that our current expenditure for a new build is £209,000 gone up, shortly to 236, and larger properties costing as much as 280,000. Would it be no better just getting a national house builder just to build houses and buy them off them? Would it not be cheaper?
Through you, convener, I think there's a number of areas that we need to look at as part of how we go forward on increasing affordable housing supply, and what Councillor Kerr suggests may well be part of that answer. And I guess that depends on where we get to with the current strategy of new build council houses. A number of members have quoted what the current prices are for new builds. If that starts to head north again, then we probably do need to think about how we increase affordable housing supply. If you look at, a new build at say 240, 250,000 against a buyback at 95,000. I know Kenny set out the pluses and minuses of that earlier, but we just need to think about what the balance is then between new build and buyback. But we need to think about how do we get new build properties, and is the best way doing it ourselves. So we might well come back to the issue that Councillor Kerr has raised as part of our strategy of increasing affordable housing supply in the future.
Thanks, Stuart. I previously asked for a breakdown at the executive, breakdown of how we get to these figures, and I know we are a fair bit of work, and I'm prepared to wait, but I would like to get to know exactly how we get to the end figure. Also, is there a national price for each authority, Stuart? Is that something that you can get me to send me on outside the meeting?
Through you, convener, happy to have a chat outside of the meeting. We've gone through a number of different procurement routes in recent years in an attempt to try and establish best value. We've tried to go through a procurement route ourselves. We've tried to tap into Scotland Excel to try and see whether they can get a better price for us. So I think we've got information on what national values are for new build, and Douglas' team's got information on that as well. So you're happy to pick that up outside of the meeting, either provide that information to you, or we can set up a meeting to discuss that with you as well.
Thanks, Stuart. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Stuart, I just wanted to ask a wee bit about the standards that our new builds are built to, and therefore some of the constraints that we have to factor in, and that can be in addition to the cost as well. So I don't know if you want to maybe just say a wee bit about the standards that we have to build a new build.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, any of the members on the call who visited any of our new build developments over the course of the last 3 or 4 years will have seen for yourselves just the standards of properties that are getting built. Kenny in the previous item just referred to the issue of wheelchair access, for example. So just the width of corridors and rooms, etc., that we've got in new build properties, the U values of new properties will be significantly in excess of what you would find typically in a private sector new build. The fittings that we have, I think, are exceptional in terms of the standard triple glazing provided. So, you know, we were very good quality standards. But I think that part of that is that if we spend money now up front, hopefully that saves us in repair, maintenance and renewal further down the line. So it's a bit of invest now and we save later down the road. So yeah, we do have high quality standards, but I think that's a good thing that we've got high quality standards, and something that we shouldn't be looking to compromise on, I wouldn't think. So hopefully that kind of picks up on the question that you asked, Convener, but I'm happy to expand if there's anything that you think I've missed.
Convener.
Thank you, Stuart. Councillor Alexander?
Yeah, just a quick question for Stuart. Stuart, does your department have the capacity to take on additional new housing over and above the ship? If, for example, a site was to become available, a significant site, do you have the capacity to develop that site for local authority housing? Or is the ship as far as you can go at this point in time?
Yeah, Stuart, Councillor Alexander's asking if there's constraints about being able to add in additional sites to the ship with significant size, etc.
Yeah, so we've gone as far as we can on the ship, which is a resource planning assumption plus 25%. So I guess that if we were to add something in, we would be looking to take something out from that. The alternative to that, of course, is that we just fund the whole thing ourselves, which obviously would be a cost in the capital programme and would need to be met from rent.
Right, sure.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to?
Councillor Gardner.
Okay, Paul, on you go.
Thanks, Convener. It's just on the back of Councillor Kerr's question. I did ask a question a few years ago and I got a bit of a breakdown on the costs of the property. But I'm sure if Councillor Kerr is getting this information put together, I'm sure other elected members would benefit from getting that as well, if that's possible.
Yeah, we can certainly share that with members of the committee, Convener.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, are we happy to agree the report?
Great.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Moving on to item 9, which is the Keneal Wall Garden, and I think it's with Douglas.
Thanks, Convener, and so happy to take members through. This is a report relating to some work that the team have been undertaking to prepare a master plan for the walled garden at the Keneal estate, and we're asking the executive agrees the proposed master plan as the council's preferred vision for the work at the walled garden, and the officers proceed to work with their partners to deliver on that vision. The approach to the Kinneil Walled Garden reflects our local development plan policies, as well as the Council's community food growing strategy and other policies. And there was a master plan for Kinneil Estate approved by the Executive on 17th March 2015 that set a general framework for the wider estate within which the walled garden sits. At that time, the walled garden was an operational nursery for the council, and therefore there weren't specific proposals relating to the garden itself within that master plan, although it was identified as an opportunity to consider to improve its appearance and maintenance. But since the closure of the nursery, it's demanded that our officers look in more detail at how the walled garden could proceed. And we note in particular work that's been taking place with a new organisation, a community interest company, Sustainable Thinking Scotland, that has been utilising the glass houses and other facilities at the walled garden for community growing activities to support local food banks, etc., and also in the production of a biochar material that is able to be used in agriculture. In the course of the work proceeding, we've been developing a vision through consultation for those looking to use the estate and for wider benefit in the community. So there's been quite extensive consultation taking place between June 2019 and March of 2020, and that led to a number of aspects being promoted as elements of the walled gardens project. These include opportunities in lifelong learning, in employment, in creating safe spaces for community gardens and green spaces, and also recognising the benefits of the walled garden relating to local walking and cycle networks. And so the master plan that has come through this consultation process accommodates a range of uses and proposes that be taken forward in a number of phases. Consultation section in the report highlights the range of consultation measures that were undertaken from initial stakeholder meetings through wider public consultation. We attracted 206 responses from local people, and they identified the top 3 potential uses for the site, being food bank farm for community growing along the lines of the work that STS have been doing, community growing and allotment plots, and also support for honeybee provision. And that was all verified through further work with stakeholders, and the report narrates some of the concerns that have been raised and the suggested response to these, particularly issues that arose around parking, drainage and other infrastructure relating to the site, as well as the need for some flexibility about how the site should move forward. Important to emphasise that the approach to the walled garden is not drawn up in isolation. It has to sit within that broader framework for the estate, and there is an ongoing relationship that we have with the variety of groups around the Kinneil estate in looking to take that forward. Helpfully, there is a dedicated capital budget. This has been sitting as a rolling budget with the council for some time and has accumulated 734,000 of budget, which is apportioned to the various works identified in the master plan document. There's some enabling works and also some works to repair the walls to the garden, which are protected or listed status, and we work very closely with Historic Environment Scotland in relation to their interests and their own interests to make sure that the walls are kept safe and also presentable and respect the heritage of the overall estate. So we have been suggesting and have approval to proceed on a basis of that funding being available with a phased approach to provide the initial enabling infrastructure and then conduct some structural alterations at the garden, including the removal of existing sheds and some relocation of greenhouses in the garage. there's also other services that we would look to accommodate in time. So we are keen to proceed with this work. We see there's real benefit in promoting the benefits of the walled garden and its context within its contribution to the wider Kinneil estate context. We are keen to work with various partners, the Friends of Kinneil, Sustainable Thinking Scotland and other groups, in how the walled garden should move forward, take advantage of the opportunities that have been set out in the overall vision and work to take that forward. I'm happy to take any questions, and Danny Thallen has joined us on the call as well, if there are any questions. It looks like Mandy Brown may also have joined us as a call-in user. So happy to take any questions from members.
Thank you, Douglas, for that. I think this is a great opportunity. We know that the Kinneil estate is very much part of one of the key tourist areas within Falkirk district, and is one that has great potential there to be further developed. And this is a kind of first phase in doing the walled garden. We know that there's some essential works that we have to do in relation to the walled garden, making it safe, and particularly around the removals of the glass house, etc. And we've been working significantly with the folks down there who are developing the biochar for the agricultural use, but also the great fruit growing and their engagement with the community down there, and that's been very welcome. I think there has been a fair bit of consultation with the wider community, and there's been a significant buy-in, and that has kind of influenced what's come forward today in front of members around that vision. But this is a kind of first phase, and it is only the walled garden, but is presenting some perfect opportunities around our climate mitigation, around biodiversity, our climate change in the use of renewables, but creating that entrepreneurship, the opportunities for employment, leisure and recreation within not just the walled garden but obviously the wider estate, and making that more attractive and usable, bringing people in. The investment that is there, there's been a call for investment, particularly in Bowness, and the investment is there to get the best use of the essential works funding around the infrastructure. We can piggyback on and to do that development and to be able to get something that is actually going to stimulate that wider regeneration and upgrade that could make Kinneil just as more attractive as it has for the Shire Park, for Zetland Park, the Grangemouth. Not begrudging the work that we've done in Shire Park, a huge amount of work being done there as well, but also puts it into line with the likes of the Helix and others, and creates that ability to have tourists stay that bit longer. So I'm really pleased to see this come forward. It's been a long time in coming. It was a master plan that was originally put in the previous council, and has continued to develop. Probably not as fast as any of us would have liked, I have to say, but there has been progress and there is investment there to actually take this and follow it through. So I'm happy to move the report. And I think I'll go to Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Convener. There's not a lot I can add to that. You've covered pretty much everything there, and so did Douglas prior to you. If I just may pass on my thanks. I visited the site with the local councillor Anne Ritchie a couple of months ago now, and what the guys are doing there, some of the guys, just to highlight one part of the facility, what they're doing there is pretty amazing, and their works with the food banks, etc. But if I may, I'd like to pass on Anne Ritchie's thanks to Sean, Steve, and even to Billy, the border collie, who's always there working the grounds as well, and it's in particular relation to the local food banks and the Blooming Bowness, which I know they're very supportive of, and Anne does really appreciate that. So yeah, the guys are doing great work down there, but it's not just about that, it's about the bigger picture and what you've mentioned there. So yeah, happy to second the report.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. I'll open up for members.
Yeah,
Councillor Bissett and Councillor Monroe.
Thanks, Convener. I'd just like to touch a wee bit on the Kinneil estate. It's something I wrote last night from the site, just to kind of paint a bit of a picture about the Kinneil estate. The Kinneil estate is the nearest thing you're likely to find to a history theme park anywhere in Scotland. It's all the more impressive because it covers 2,000 years, because everything you see is real, and because it is displayed in such a low-key, matter-of-fact way, you can quite literally stumble over history at Kinneil. The most obvious component of this is Kinneil House itself, which you see when driving into the estate, and after visiting the museum, make your way round to the front of the house. The 1323 lands hereabout were granted by Robert I to Walter Fitzgilbert of Hamilton, the head of the family which later produced the Dukes of Hamilton. The Hamiltons always maintained their main seat in West Settled Scotland. Over the centuries, Kinneil became their base in the east. In the 1400s, they built a small tower house here in an easily defensible position overlooking a deep ravine. In the late 1400s or early 1500s, the small tower house was enlarged in a very much larger house. So then in 1667, William, Duke of Hamilton and Duchess Anne launched a major expansion of Kinneil that saw the tower house and palace joined together by means of one of the two decorative towers they built, flanking the original tower house for a century. However, the Hamiltons had ceased to use Kinneil and rented out to tenants at various times. These included Dr. John Roebuck, owner of the Carn Iron Works, and the philosopher Dougal Stewart, who wrote a number of his works for living there. And of course, there was James Watt as well, who Dr. Roebuck invited to come along to try and find a solution to the flooding of the pits that emanated from Carn. In 1922, Bowness Town Council purchased the estate. In 1936, work began on the demolition of Kinneil House. The tower was totally gutted, but when work began to strip out the interior of the palace, it was discovered that it contained the most extensive and best preserved wall and ceiling paintings in Scotland. So thankfully, the house was preserved, and I think the whole site deserves a master plan, and it deserves the historic attributes that it does have. And I think so. I just wanted to say that to sort of give a kind of overview of the significance of the site. And I think that I'd like to also say thanks to the Friends of Kinneil, who has significant work in ensuring this has been kept and developed. And certainly, Sustainable Thinking Scotland are doing a great job up there as well. I've visited them a number of times with Councillor McCluckie and Councillor Aitchison, and to see the food that they produce every 60 kilograms a week that goes out to the local food bank, their dedication, and the biochar system that could save £1 million a year in carbon reduction. I think it needs to be developed, and they've certainly been working with local universities, and they've got a PhD student there, and they've done a significant amount of work, but that's only part of it. I think it needs developed, and that, I'll just give notice that we do have an amendment, and I'd just like to read the amendment out. Executive agrees, 1. The work of Friends of Kinneil and Sustainable Thinking Scotland is valued by the community and wider public and should be commended. It is agreed that we proceed with the works in Section 6, page 139. Phase 1, enabling infrastructure works totaling £132,604,000. Phase 2, structural alterations £28,161. Phase 3, other services £79,056. 2. It is important that future plans for the walled garden are part of the Kinneil Estate Master Plan. It is the centenary next year of Kinneil Estate being in public ownership. This is the ideal time to ensure that the Master Plan reflects the hopes and aspirations of Bowness residents, the Friends of Kinneil and other stakeholders. To ensure that the walled garden space is developed accordingly, it is requested that a report be brought back next spring with definite plans for Kinneil Estate, including options for a potential heritage lottery bid. Thank you, Convener. Councillor Black, I believe, is going to second it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Black.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, I've visited the walled garden this year, and I've also visited the estate and had a walk around with the chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, that's fine. So I welcome this report as a starting point. There's been a lot of good work done to get to this point, and I'd like to thank the officers for their continued good work and enthusiasm, which is much appreciated. That being said, the master plan for the World Garden has to be put in context as part of the overall plan for the estate, which should meet the aspirations of the community and the friends of Keneal Group that has worked so hard to improve the estate. I'm struggling because there's an awful lot of background noise just now. Right, it stopped. Must be is there something wrong with my mic?
Brian's wandering around handing out copies of the amendment.
Right, okay, I'll just wait till that's finished, then I'll wait.
Okay, he's now seated, it's okay.
Right, so as I say, I think there's been a lot of good work done with this report. The officers have done a really good job. But that being said, the master plan for the World Garden has to be put in context as part of the overall plan for the estate, which should meet the aspirations of the community and the Friends of Keneal Group that have worked so hard to improve the estate over the years. And there's been several consultations over the years regarding Keneal Estate. One was done in 2016 with a local housing estate, and it showed that the residents there wanted a cafe or and a visitor centre and public toilets in the park. And I can understand why any definite plans for the large area that will be left after the demolition of the glass house has been left blank. It really is important that we know what will take the place of that, because it has to be part of the overall master plan. We need something that will benefit the community and will attract visitors and improve their experience. And the estate needs public toilets, and that idea of a popular idea is of a visitor centre and a cafe. That would also create jobs and bring the park back to life. Keneal is of importance. It's a strategic park of over 200 acres. It's much loved and valued by the residents, and the estate master plan says that the house is central to the successful development of the estate as a whole. Later in the report, that the community values the estate for its recreational space and its value as a heritage asset. The community garden aspect and the work of Sustainable Thinking Scotland is of great community value and is welcomed by everyone, but this only forms a small part of what the estate could be. Several years ago there was a £50,000 piece of work done to see if it would be possible to rejuvenate the house, and this was done by Jura Consultants, and I think you can still find that piece of work on their website, but I don't think it was ever came before councillors. I think the findings can still be found, as I say, on the website. It seems unfair that whilst Calendar Park and the Helix have had a significant investment, Keneal continues to lag behind. If any park deserves a heritage lottery funding application, then it's Keneal, and the community would certainly be 100% behind it. And next year, as Councillor Bizzett says, it's the 100th anniversary of the park and the estate coming into public ownership. And the estate deserves to have recognition and a plan which will recognise its tourism, heritage and wellbeing values. And I think everybody in Bowness found the park to be an amazing resource during the pandemic. I've said already, this is a start, but there needs to be much more partnership working with the Historic Scotland and the Friends of Keneal Group, because when you look at what's been achieved in Zetland Park, it's been an amazing success. It's now to Keneal's turn, and the World Garden needs to be viewed as a small part of the bigger picture, with Keneal House being at the heart of the estate's future. So with that, I'm happy to second the amendment. Convener, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Black. I will reserve the right to come back for a recess if it's required, but I'll go to Councillor Munro first to hear what she wants to contribute today.
Thank you, Convener. Robert and Alison have laid out the history of this estate. Pen Vale is the first written down place name ever to be mentioned in Scotland by the Venerable Bede in the 9th century, and Pen Vale is Keneal. And they're right, 2,000 years of history in one small place. But despite 12 years of working since we saved the museum from the original closure plan, and I was a founder member of Friends of Keneal, our discussions with the council have yielded very small gains, and there have been some huge frustrations that recently, during the celebration of the 250th anniversary of James Watt, HES proposed at the Cneal master plan meetings that happened quarterly that they would have a lighting scenario on the front of Cneal House, and this scenario was to celebrate the end of the celebrations of the 250th anniversary of James Watt, and it was a big thing. HES put forward £5,000, but unfortunately the Trust and the Council were not able to buy into this, and therefore the event never happened. And the thing that worries me about this is that this is development services money. The house is in the guardianship, but in the ownership of Falkirk Council. So HES look after that because it is a Grade 1 listed building. And the wider estate is currently organised by the Trust. And one of the frustrations has been we have not had that joined up within the council, this one council approach. And what we need going forward is not a plan for one area, but a whole estate approach. And as earlier speakers have said, there was the Jura report, which never actually came to council, which looked at ways of maximising the utilisation of the house. This is a huge thing for Bowness. People in Bowness have to listen to their children saying, "Oh, this place is a dump, it's an ex-mining community." It isn't. It is a place of huge historic significance. And as a council, we talk about community and we talk about place, and we need to make this matter, this place, work for our community. And one of the respondents in the consultation, which I feel was difficult, given the fact that we have lockdown, so people didn't actually hear other people's point of view. And from the report that Douglas gave, I think it actually confirms what this consultee says, that we understand there is a wider sense within the community that the proposed plan of a top-down project created by the council, rather than a bottom-up one produced by those discrete communities that have a long history of interest in the site. We've been told that the site potential has not been considered as part of a wider plan for the whole Cneal estate, which is obviously fantastic. And that's what we need here. We need a whole plan. We don't need something just for the wall garden. And the risk of doing just the wall garden is that with HES renewed interest before COVID, with them bringing guides back and things, more people were getting to see inside the house. And we all know how important that is because it's such a significant building in terms of its unique copper ceiling, the only other ones being in the Palace upon a Roof, the two painted rooms that saved it from demolition. We need that joined up approach, and that means that we need all of the partners to consider this, not just a plan for wall garden in isolation, which is what's before us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Monroe. My comment on that would be that there's never ever been the exclusion of the wider estate as a phased approach, and the wall garden created an opportunity to move things forward and do something very positive and constructive with that part. The wider Cneal master plan will take some considerable time to put together and cost and look at what's feasible. And because we will obviously need to deal with statutory agencies such as Historic Scotland, etc., and whatever those plans may be, that is going to take a considerable amount of time. That's based on my experience in dealing with things like this. And this is about being able to do something very positive. Just now, we know that we have to do some infrastructure works, there's essential works that have to be done, and it's maximising what we can get out of that and actually giving something to the community. And while I appreciate your frustration, and it's only the walled garden at this stage, the wider plan for a communal estate master plan can follow on. And I know that I've been at several meetings, I've been down numerous times to Keneal, I've spoken on several occasions and sometimes weekly with friends of Keneal on that, and we have to take people with us, but we're not there yet. I think there's a disconnect between what the community and friends of Keneal are trying to do here, and that will take time to actually thrash out. But we have an opportunity to get some investment and do something very positive that will make something very attractive in Keneal and move things on, and will give credence to the wider master plan of the communal estate going forward. So I'm happy to accept the Labour amendment around bringing forward a further report. I think it will be very aspirational at that stage, and will not be in a position to be able to necessarily say exactly what will be able to happen by spring next year, because I think a lot of conversations will have to go on over a significant period of time. But not to say that we can't take that forward, but it's an opportunity to start to look at what's possible, what can be done, and indeed look at where funding streams could come from that would allow that to develop. But I see a real opportunity in being able to do something for the here and now that would encourage people to use the park and actually create that well-being for everyone else. But I will have to go to my seconder to see whether or not he's prepared to accept the amendment. And I think Ms. Gardner also had a question. Paul?
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Yeah, I've read the amendment, and there isn't a lot of difference in the amendment to what the recommendations are. It's just slightly longer with addition to what you said, so I'm happy to accept that. But I was trying to listen to Councillor Munro there, and to me it sounds like she maybe has a further amendment. It sounds like she's not happy with some of the recommendations in there, but I may well be wrong, Convener.
May I ask through the Chair that my concerns are that we work together as one council, and that the plan actually takes into account the wider needs of the community, the need to make something that is sustainable for the future. There have been many suggestions in the plan for caravan sites, for camping, for all sorts of elements that will help make this estate more sustainable. We are desperately in need of basic things like adequate car parking. I mean, there are huge issues that have been there for many, many years. So it's about having all of the council work together to actually understand that, you know, not in silos.
What we have before us today is to agree the master plan as the council's prepared written for the walled garden, and what I understand is in section 2 of Councillor Bissett's is actually asking for a master plan for the wider communal estate. And that's my understanding, and I would be happy to support that part, but that we go ahead with what's been proposed today.
A master plan for the wider estate exists, and my understanding is that this is what it is referring to, and there were quarterly meetings with the trust and other members, including Sustainable Thinking Scotland, around that.
My understanding this is for the whole garden. I'll ask Colin to maybe give, or Douglas here, some clarification in relation to that.
The proposals in this report relate specifically to the walled garden. It is acknowledged that the master plan for the Kinneil estate also exists. It was agreed by the executive in 2015. And so that's a 10-year plan. And there are arrangements. It's led by the Community Trust. And we're in discussions just now with the Community Trust arising from the transfer arrangements that have to be put in place to consider how we support the work that needs to be taken forward at Kinneil Estate alongside other parks that will transfer to our service. So I think I would acknowledge and certainly acknowledge the proposals in the amendment for a further report to come, but it will have to be set in that context of that transfer having to take place and us resolving the resource that's going to be needed to set out that plan, give an update on the master plan work that's taken place to date, and then set out what might be possible to take forward beyond that, including, as is mentioned, the prospect of attracting HLF or other external funding. So there's quite a considerable bit to this, but what this report does is it brings the elements of the master plan together, and that is a helpful way forward, or certainly is intended that would be the case. Danny, I don't know if you want to add anything in terms of how this might be blended with the wider master plan for the estate and how it can be taken forward.
I don't think there's too much to add, to be honest. I mean, the current Kinneil Estate Master Plan runs until 2025. At some point in advance of that deadline, we would start a process, or I'd say we, in the kind of wider council community trust sense, would embark on a process of review. I think the timescale of having that complete by spring would be extremely challenging in the current environment of reintegrating the trust into the council. So yes, just please bear that in mind. I think that's all I want to add, really.
Convener, so back to your original question, to me it's Councillor Gardner again. Yes, I'm happy to support the small changes in the amendment. I don't think we're in a debate, so.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garner. So I'll then move to maybe Colin to maybe help clarify who we are.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I think the key recommendation in the report is to approve the proposed master plan as the council's prepared vision, and that's the master plan for the walled garden, not the estate as a whole. The amendment from Councillor Bissett, as I understand it, is in substitution to those recommendations, so it would not approve the master plan for the walled garden, but it would approve the capital works which are set out within the report, and thereafter in the second part of the amendment call for the report next spring, which will look at the broader master plan for the real estate. So that, I think, is the substance of the amendment, so that everyone understands that that's the effect of it.
So we're saying that the walled garden plans would be integrated into the Kinneil Estate Master Plan.
I think that's what the second part of the amendment, I think, is aimed towards. Okay. And the effect of the amendment as a whole would not be to approve the master plan as proposed, but to allow the capital works, which are set out in the report, to proceed.
And the amendment brings together the various elements of the council to work together. On that basis, I'm content.
You think, Councillor? Yeah.
I'll be brief, Convener. Like many other councillors have visited the Wall Garden, and as Councillor Garner stated, what Sean and Steve and Colin the volunteer comes in, we as a council really need to buy into what they're trying to achieve here. The biochar is material that kills the algae, which the algae produces the carbon emissions. So they are trying in a small scale, but it can become a bigger scale, as Robert mentioned, and working with two different universities, try and make it bigger. They're actually going to help the Liverpool lock to kill the algae in the lock, which they were quoted £2 million to get done with a private company. So, as a council, we really need to try and work with sustainable things in Scotland. And as various speakers have said, is that the work that David in the communities and the schools about the growing is, and it is about helping the food banks, but it's about education and about educating the young children and adults, young adults, and they're happy to go along with that, but they need, and hopefully this proposal will help them grow within the walled garden. And as my colleague, Councillor Bruno says, that the potential for Tenant Estate, the house, the walled garden, potentially this is a massive tourist attraction for the whole of Scotland. Similar to what Calendar House is, but it's very underused by the rest of the Falkirk area. But this, as previous speakers have said, they've got things in their museum and the house that are unique. So us as a council should be promoting this, and hopefully by the end of 2025, when the master plan, 10-year master plan, is up, we'll have actions and targets that we can bring to fruition. I just think it's a win-win, convener, if when for the people of Loness, because I think they're forgotten people, but we just need to support this proposal and the wider master plan. Thanks, Nicola.
Okay, thank you. Just before you come in, Councillor Betty, I just want to ask a question of Douglas, just so I'm clear about the decision. The implications of not approving the master plan, what impact will that have, Douglas, on particularly the activities and the development?
Yeah, I've actually just sent a wee note to Danny to ask specifically that point. I think there's a concern that the proposals, the master plan for the walled garden has come through all that consultation process, and the phasing of the works is anticipated to proceed based on the proposals in that master plan. So I think it would be preferable to have that approved in order for those works to proceed. I'm not sure, Danny, if there would be any other works that could proceed without that approval.
My understanding of the amendment as written is that we're being given approval to go ahead with the works proposed by the master plan. It is the suggestion that there may be some additional works which come out of this requested review, which can be considered in spring. I'm afraid I'm a bit confused.
So through you, convener, I think the intention we've always had is to be flexible and to allow for the blending of activity across the walled garden and the estate. You know, the two are inherently linked, so it's important to make sure that happens. It would be preferable to have approval for this, the master plan for the walled garden, because that gives a pointer towards taking forward the works. But allow that is flexible enough to take on board changes that might come in the report in 6 months' time.
And that's where I probably confused things, in that I had assumed that we could have approved the master plan, the capital investment, and then look to bring back a report on the wider communal estate master plan, which obviously is going to have to be linked to whatever works are happening there. But that was my thoughts, and I was just a bit concerned that by only approving the capital works, we might not actually be able to do that because we've rejected or delayed the master plan, and that was my concern there. Councillor Bowes, sorry, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I did have a question, but you'll be glad to hear, Douglas, it was the exact same question that Cecil had asked you. I do know, though, and to be honest, it's been good, the history that Robert gave and the passion that Lynn has put in for this area. It's really good to hear it. Also, I've been scurrying through various maps of it. I noticed that Historic Environment Scotland, their response seems relatively positive towards, or it's not negative, I think you probably call it neutral, somewhere towards it, which I think is a good thing as well. My worry, because I was literally going to ask the same question as the council, and my worry is that this project gets held up. I agree we do a full master plan, but just the walled garden area, that I agree this now, and then that can get built into the master plan for the entire area. Hopefully would that be a reasonable way to go on this? Is there a particular reason why we would stop the work now in the walled garden? Because I think Lynn described it as a big area. There's a lot to the whole of, you know, I'm sorry I haven't been, but I will go because I've enjoyed what we were talking about. Is that a reasonable way? To go?
Through the chair, I think the enabling works could take place, but I think what we're asking for is that we have a joined up one plan, and that the walled garden ought probably to be part of the wider plan, because various suggestions put forward in the past by HES and Friends of Keneal pertain to the walled garden. And here what we have is a plan from officers which differs to some degree from the aspirations of the wider community. And whilst there were 200 respondents, that's a very small number given that there are 17,000 people in Burness. I don't think that we want to stop the enabling works, but there are certain aspects of what's proposed in this plan that HES are very unhappy with, like, you know, putting new gates in at different points of the park because they're listed walls, grade 1 listed walls, and they have serious concerns about them. So whilst some of the enabling works can perhaps go ahead, I think there needs seriously to be a discussion with partners such as HES and Friends and a cohesive plan going forward. That's why we have got nowhere in 20 years. It's simply because we have never had a joined up approach, and in part that's because of the different elements of the council that have been involved and the HES involvement. We have an opportunity to join together and go forward with something that works for the whole estate. Otherwise we'll have nothing again in 20 years. So it's really important that we come together under one plan, please.
my understanding is the enabling works are quite fundamentally linked to the master plan, and it could potentially mean that we don't actually get any development down there, and we could actually prevent the development that others around the entrepreneurial aspects of the CIC and Sustainable Thinking Scotland down there. I think we could potentially delay all of this for quite some significant time by not allowing the master plan to be agreed. It will be fundamental to the wider Keneally Estate Master Plan, and as Douglas has said, it is flexible enough to be able to be changed. And we also need to be true to those that we have involved in the consultation and their responses. And my concern would be that we're kind of disregarding that by way of public consultation. But I'll go back to Douglas again about the impact of not agreeing the master plan on the enabling works and any of the developments that are contained within this, and the likelihood of the impact.
Yeah, I mean, I think importantly, this is about delivering the framework that is set out in page 142 of the report. So that's schematically how we anticipate the walled garden would look. And the works described in page 139, phase 1, 2 and 3, are the works that are necessary to deliver that schematic. That's what we're looking for approval to do. And that sits within the broader context of the estate master plan. Absolutely right that that should be joined up. But we do see that the works that are proposed here will make a valid and important contribution to the rest of the estate, don't preclude further opportunities from being taken advantage of, but I think it would be important to try and take this forward based on the suggestions we've put in front of you today.
Okay, there's a couple of hands. There's a couple of hands up. I don't know who they are.
Councillor Gardner, I think.
Paul?
Yeah. Thanks, convener. And I'm getting slightly more confused as this goes on here. I hope I'm not the only one. The mover of the amendment, would you be able to come in and explain it a bit closer? Because at first, when you said you were happy to accept the amendment, I didn't realise that it was going to be holding back the master plan that's here just now. So is that his intentions, or is that the intentions of the amendment? I don't know.
Robert, do you want to?
Thanks, Convener. Yes, that's the intention of the amendment, and that we carry on with the enabling works and don't go ahead with the master plan for the walled garden, but look for a master plan for the whole estate.
From what I'm understanding is some of the enabling works are part of the master plan, and if we're not going to go ahead with the master plan, then there maybe needs to be revisiting of the enabling works and what's going to be possible.
Convener, may I just, the enabling works are just surveys, drainage, installation, drinking water and foul water connections, removal of glasshouse sheds and a polytunnel, structural alterations to remove 2 council storage sheds and relocate greenhouse and garage. Phase 3 other services include demolition of large glasshouse, provision of new toilets, Wi-Fi. So there is nothing that is sort of detrimental to anything happening in whatever plan comes forward following that. All it is essentially a tidying up exercise.
Convener, Councillor Gardner, I was going to come back in the back of my question to Robert when I asked that. And from Robert's reply, I don't think we're getting out the amendment what he's looking for. Would it be possible for a short recess, because this one's going on, and maybe have a word with yourself and Colin and work out what we can actually put through here and get agreement on?
What I'm maybe thinking, Councillor Gardner, is before we come back and make a final decision, we maybe have a lunch break, and people could maybe have discussions during the lunch break, and we could come back to a decision at that point.
Yeah, that sounds okay, because we're going round in bits of circles here, I think.
So, come back 45 minutes, 2 o'clock.
Convener, I'm happy to take the 45-minute break, but it was just to let you know that I was one of the hands that was also up.
Apologies.
Okay.
Is there a question or anything you want to ask just now, Joan?
No, I think we'll take the break, clarify some of the items, and I may well get my answers during that time.
Okay, right, thanks very much. Okay,
Thank
folks,
you.
we'll see you in about 45 minutes. Okay, colleagues, can we reconvene? We can leave that one down. Okay, I will make an assumption that our colleagues online are all back with us. I'm going to just ask Douglas to share a wee bit of the implications again around not approving the master plan. He kindly shared some information that I wasn't aware of, and I just think it would be useful for other members to hear that. Douglas, are you there?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. So it maybe picks up some of the detail relating to the purposes of the master plan, which is, as we narrate in the report, we're working with Sustainable Thinking Scotland, and they're looking to conclude a lease with us.
Douglas, stop, please.
Could you just hold on a wee minute?
Literally deafening us all.
We've got the sound working much better, but you're booming out. Oliver Falkirk right now, it feels.
They can hear you in Bowness.
See if we can get a test with them.
Okay, you want to test that again?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Again.
Can you hear me?
That's better. Okay, Douglas, please continue.
Okay, so yeah, the thing is that one of the purposes of the master plan is to help us to conclude a lease with Sustainable Thinking Scotland. They need to know the area of ground within the garden that they can work with, and actually they're looking to make a funding submission to attract additional funds for their operations. They've already been successful with about $500,000 of funding. They're looking for the next tranche of funding that will help to develop their activities. If we don't have the approval for the master plan, we won't be able to delineate that lease and give them the assurance they need to get that funding. So it is an important point that we would want to have resolved. I was speaking with Danny over the lunch break, also in relation to the programme of works that we've got lined up, and we're keen to proceed with that as soon as, because it helps to stabilise the site, stabilise the walls, and put in some of the works that are needed to help the development to proceed. Particularly drainage and so on needs to be matched in with some configuration of the site. To our view, the configuration in the master plan is relatively flexible in itself, so it shouldn't preclude other options that might come through the broader exercise that we're looking to proceed with from today's meeting, that there is scope to align it with other elements of what's planned for the rest of the estate. But it would be helpful and indeed important to try and get agreement on this master plan that helps us to take things forward, both in terms of the works and in that relationship with STS.
Thanks, Douglas. The other aspect is, I was going to ask you about is potential for any one of the groups that are interested maybe to look at doing an asset transfer and the implications for that coming in on any master plan if we're not going to agree that today.
Yeah, I mean, it would be an alternative route to this, that there could be a call for a community asset transfer to proceed. That has its own legislative process to follow and business case that would have to be put together, but it would probably embroil us in some delay in getting acceptance of how we proceed with the works and proceed with the proposals for the garden. Could become quite protracted in terms of how the terms of this are agreed and finalised. Obviously, it would depend on the extent of the request that was made for areas within the garden that would be proposed. And I think we're just nervous that that would cause some further uncertainty to how we would work to implement the proposals that have come through all of this consultation process. I think we feel that there has been a robust process that we've got to date. It tries to blend the different interests that have come through from the community and give a good solution, but a flexible solution for how the walled garden should move forward, and doesn't preclude anything that will come forward through the wider estate plans.
Okay, thanks, Douglas. I think that was helpful to hear that. Lynn?
Through you, Chair, I believe that Sustainable Thinking Scotland had a lease for a number of years before there was any specific plan for the walled garden. And latterly that lease and the amount of land they were working was extended after the closure of the walled garden by Rona Geisler. Is that not the case, Douglas?
So they're working on a fairly flexible arrangement for a lease of the various parts within the garden at the present time. You know, it's helpful that they were able to step in, and we've worked very positively with them in how the garden is managed. But it has reached a stage where it needs to be more formalised, and it's important that that's in place to enable a funding bid to be submitted. Any funder will want to know the status of access to the ground in which their money is going to be spent. So it is important that we delineate the area for lease, and with the proposals in the master plan we think are acceptable and allow us to accommodate both STS proposals and other proposals that might come forward that will meet the needs of the community. Obviously there's other interests in there for the likes of the allotments and so on, as well as any visitor facilities or any of that type that should come forward. We think that the master plan gives the scope to accommodate all of these needs.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Sustainable Thinking Scotland actually applied for a fairly substantive grant for the classroom in the order of 75,000. So what's different?
They're looking for more funding to extend their activities. I'd understood that they had been awarded around £500,000. Danny, I'm not sure if you've got more detail in terms of the funding that they have received.
I don't just now. I'm just consulting with Mandy over email. So if you come back to me in about a minute, I should hopefully have an answer to that.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. We'll come back to that. I think Councillor Coombs wanted to speak. I don't know if that's Councillor Coombs' hand that's up, but I'll go to Councillor Coombs.
Thanks, convener. This is, when I look at our amendment, I'm still confused as to why, and I thought at the beginning of this conversation that we were going to get some sort of compromise here, in as much as we're not trying to stop any action going ahead. The definition of a master plan is a comprehensive plan of action, one which determines community goals and aspirations. That's according to the dictionary. As has been stated, a master plan for Kinneil Estate was developed in 2015. So a comprehensive plan of action has been there, and it's just been waiting 6 years for the action to take place. Now, our amendment is in no way intended to delay this action. Indeed, what we want to do is to use the enabling works as a lever to realise the aspirations and the goals of the Bowness residents, some of whom feel quite marginalised, because, as Lynn said, 200 respondents is good in terms of a response, but it's not when there's 17,000 people who live in the area. So I think it's important that it's not seen as a block here. I think a lot of the residents, again, it's my understanding, a plan within a plan to me is a step backwards. We have a master plan. It went through our green action open space planning 6 years ago, and I think it's time that we did something about it. I also find it quite frustrating, albeit as a Grangemouth resident, I'm delighted that the Zetland action was money that was put in from the council. I can't remember the exact figure, but I think it's somewhere around the same number as we're talking about. The 700, 800k from the council was used as the basis for lottery funding and for external funding, which pulled that figure up to 2 million, which I think we should be doing here. And I think that sectionalising the estate and having a separate master plan for the walled garden is going to it'll lessen the options of doing that sort of thing. I feel very strongly about this estate because I actually worked there. Maybe I should declare an interest. I got dressed up in costume and walked strangers into the woods that the council paid for in 1990. And at that point, the significance and the history of that estate was being recognised by Jack Sanderson, who was the heritage, I can't remember what his title was, but as I said, we got dressed up, we took people into the woods and talked about the history of the church and of James Watt, as has been mentioned, and of the Romans, Dr. Roebuck, and all of these things. So they're all firmly etched in my brain for the time that I spent there. And I do think that it's underutilised because it has been underfunded. That was 30 years ago. I don't see anything in our amendment that actually stops the work from going ahead. We're saying quite clearly that it's the centenary year. It's the ideal time to ensure that the master plan reflects the hopes and aspirations of the residents, Friends of Kinneil and other stakeholders. I think there needs to be a wider consultation, and that we need to see the enabling works being done at the walled garden as part of that master plan. You can't have two master plans. The meaning of the word is a master plan. It's a comprehensive plan, and I think to single out a part of it without the rest of it, the house, the gardens, the wall, the play park, all the other things that we need to be doing there, and I think that's my interpretation of what we're asking for here in our amendment. And it sounds like it's what everybody is wanting to do. And it needs to be more comfortable, sustainable thinking, as Sean, and that, as I say, I think we've all been out to see them. It is a good project that they're doing there. As Douglas just said, there are also other interests, and who's to say that that is the best use of that walled garden? I think we just need to be careful here that we're not closing gates rather than opening them. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Joan. I think you maybe finished there. It's just it was a wee bit intermittent when you were speaking. We were kind of missing a few bits of it. So I'm sorry, but I think we got the gist of what you were saying. James.
Thanks, Convener. Just a question regarding finances. We've got in the capital budget £734,000, but the total for the enabling works and the wall, to build the wall, there's 197,000 left. Is there any idea what that money's put by for or going to be used for?
Douglas?
Yeah, from what I understand, that was based on the initial bids that were submitted for the package of works that was identified for the walled garden, and it allowed us some for contingency. So the specific works that have now been costed by WSP are in these first three phases, the three phases denoted in the report, and it does leave that contingency sum. It's possible that as we do each of these phases, we might encounter additional issues that need to be confronted. If you're dealing with heritage assets, you often deal with additional costs as the works proceed and you encounter on-site difficulties. So that contingency is there, albeit if it all goes smoothly and matches the cost that we've got here, then that does free up some additional funds that might be put towards furthering the rest of the works that are proposed in the plan. So I think, basically that's to give a level of flexibility that can be taken forward and potentially could be used as match to, for instance, a lottery fund bid.
Thank you very much. My next question, probably yourself, Convener. As Councillor Coombs mentioned about master plan and plan, would it matter if your proposal or motion had master plan, or had plan instead of master plan?
I'm not entirely sure it would make that much of a difference if we just had a plan for the walled garden, which was part of the wider master plan of the Keegle estate. I think we get down to semantics at that point, and that's truly what this actually is. I just think it's about keeping it into context. The wider master plan of the whole estate will take some considerable time to deliver. There's the opportunity to start to deliver something now within part of the estate that would enhance the estate. And allow some of those community benefits to start to be delivered. It's not set in stone and can evolve with time, and I think that's absolutely everything that everybody's been saying. But there are risks in not allowing that plan to move forward, as is being proposed at the moment, and those risks are that an organisation, Sustainable Thinking Scotland, won't be able to access the funding to be able to continue what they want to do. Therefore, potentially they could go elsewhere and are lost, and others may not see it as an attractive site to look to develop in the future because of the relationships that have been built up. So that's probably what's before members just now. I'm going to ask Colin to maybe just clarify what it is that I think we would like to move or I'd like to move from chair, and whether it's master plan or plan. then I think, you know, it could just be the plan rather than the master plan in this case for the whole garden.
Yes, thank you, Convener. As I understand that your proposal is to move the recommendations as they stand, potentially and subject to confirmation with deletion of the word master, albeit that that would be approving the plan that is referred to in the report as the master plan. And thereafter adding the second part of the amendment moved by Councillor Bissett to your motion. So that would allow for the report to come back in spring, looking at the wider master plan. And as it would approve the proposed plan or master plan, it would include the enabling works that are referred to also in the amendment.
I'm still not sure what the motion actually says now. To be honest with you, I think I prefer to see it in writing.
So maybe if I just clarify again, the motion would consist of paragraphs 1 and 2 in the recommendations, subject to the deletion of the word master. And thereafter, it would be an additional clause, which is the second paragraph of the amendment from Councillor Bissett.
Yeah.
Is that not slightly contradictory?
Amendment?
No, the motion.
Convener, I don't see it as contradictory. It's approving the plan for the walled garden, agreeing that officers can proceed with that, and thereafter adopting the second part of Councillor Bissett's amendment, so there would be the wider report back on the Keneal estate plan.
Convener?
Councillor Alexander?
Yes. I just cannot believe that we're arguing here about the difference between master plan and a plan. Absolute nonsense. And particularly when you consider potential losses council would make if the amendment was approved and the master plan downgraded. We've already seen in recent weeks the most incredible decisions being taken. Honestly, it did not make sense whatsoever. And you guys went on just because the Labour Party wanted to tweak. So maybe it's your photograph in the Falkirk Herald. Yeah, this is an absolute nonsense, Convener. And I think we should approve the report, reject the report, or send it back when it came, with all the risks explained to the opposition. And let's go on with it. Investment for Bowness. We hear plenty about Bowness. And here's a good project for Bowness. And the squabbling over doesn't see a plan and a master plan. Incredible, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Alexander. I've still got a hand up. I'm not sure who it is.
I think it's mine, Convener, Councillor Gardner.
Apologies, Councillor Gardner.
Hi, right. My thinking around what's happened here is there's been recommendations. We've amended the recommendations now, and there was a mover of an amendment. Is the mover of the amendment happy with where we are now? Because I didn't see a further amendment coming up from any other group.
No, and I think we may have to go to a vote, but I'll ask Councillor Bissett if he wishes to clarify that.
I think we just go to the vote, Convener.
Thank you. Okay, there are no more hands up and there's no indications in the room, so I think we do just go to the vote with the amended motion and the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Convener. The motion is moved by you, seconded by Councillor Garner, and it consists of the recommendations in paragraph 2, subject to deletion of the word master, and the addition of the second paragraph of Councillor Bissett's amendment, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Black, which has been circulated. Councillor Alexander.
Amendment. Sorry, the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Black.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs.
Amendment.
Councillor Gardner.
The motion.
Councillor Harris.
The amendment.
Councillor Hughes.
The motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
The motion.
And Councillor Munro.
Amendment.
Convener, there are 5 votes for the motion, 6 votes for the amendment. The amendment is accordingly carried.
Okay, thank you. We can now move on to report in relation to community councils, and it's with yourself, Colin.
Yes, thank you, Convener, and I should also say I have Ryan with me for this as well. I'm prepared to the report and will be available to answer any of the more detailed questions. But as can be seen, Convener, this is a report which brings a proposal to the Executive to defer the Community Council elections which would have taken place later this year to next year. And I think the important thing for me to note from this is that the proposal itself flows from discussions directly with community councils themselves, who fed back to us that they thought that the time of the year which was being proposed later on in winter was not the best time, and also the fact that we've been living in the past 18 months or so in pandemic conditions hadn't given the best opportunity to allow for the engagement that was necessary to encourage participation in community council elections. And I think we'll know from our past experience of those elections that it's been challenging on occasion to have people stand for the community council positions, and in fact there are a number of community councils within the council area that aren't formed at the moment. So I think there's a strong need to ensure that that engagement work would take place. There are proposals for how an engagement plan would be carried out, and those are set out at paragraph 4.4 within the report. One addition I would make to the report, Convener, is to reflect representations that have been made to the Council by the Electoral Registration Officer, just in relation to the timing of what is proposed if the Executive is to agree to defer the election. Here's some concern that a date in spring may cause some voter confusion because of the proximity to the local government elections in early May. And in light of that, I would propose altering the recommendation to be that instead of the elections being to spring 2022, it would be a date following the council elections in May 2022, and we would ensure there was sufficient space so that there was no confusion caused. That's all I propose to say just now, Convener, but myself and Mr. Perry are happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin, for that, and I think that is a welcome addition, as I think you really end up confusing people if it's too close to the local government elections, and people may then not vote or not be engaged in the community council elections. I'm very aware that there are swathes of the area, or the council area, that are not covered by community councils, and as a result, that are not necessarily served in the same way as others and engaged. And I think it would be helpful to have that time to try and encourage people to take up that citizenship aspect and become involved in community councils process. and that could give greater engagement with the communities and give them a larger say in decision making, as well as part of the statutory duties. So I'm happy to approve the report with that amended timescale, taking into account the comments from the Electoral Registration Office around the management of elections, particularly in the spring, and that the engagement opportunities are then available with the communities and with the existing community councils to develop that going forward. So I'm happy to move the recommendations as amended. Councillor Garner?
Thanks, Convener. Happy to second this.
Okay, thank you. I will open up for any questions or comments. Councillor Kerr?
Agreed.
Okay. Councillor Bissett?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, we now get into some of the nitty-gritty of our Snorlines reports, and we start with our first of the, I think it's a trilogy of the finance reports, and it's a capital programme update. So I'll hand over to Mr. Snail.
Thank you, Convener, and good afternoon all. As you say, Convener, I think after the trilogy of the housing reports this morning, you've got the finance quartet to complement. Starting with capital, focusing on the current financial year, as does the subsequent revenue report we'll come on to shortly. If I kick off with section 4.1, risks and uncertainties, and as you'll be aware, the standard format for our report has a dedicated risk section in the standard subheadings towards the tail end of the report. But the feeling was that the risks are so pronounced here that it merited a discrete section at the front end of the report. I won't go into the detail, but you can see the main themes coming out there in terms of supply chains, impact, staff absences, both within the council and in that supply chain, inflation, rising costs coming through, and the implications of that potentially flowing through to the need to consider a reprofiling of the capital programme to absorb cost pressures, and I suspect that will be something that will become more pertinent as we move into the next capital programme as part of the budget process. So quite a challenging environment faced out there. Section 4.2 just picks up on a couple of specific projects that merit mention. The first one is with respect to gas installation, which you'll recall from the recent council meeting. There's a supplementary report on today's agenda. And also flooding schemes, where the Scottish Government are looking to take stock of the overall position, and clearly we have the largest potential scheme across Scotland in the mix there in terms of Grangemouth. So turning to the General Services Capital Programme more generally, at 431 you can see the table summarising the current position, showing an underspend of some 6 million against the adjusted capital budget. And then the table at 432 picks up on the earlier comments in the report around a sense of optimism bias in terms of how much services think we will in practice be able to spend in the current year. The tables at 433 and 435 provide further analysis of the position, the movement as summarised in that opening table. Moving on to resources, section 4.4, essentially just noting there that borrowing is expected to be lower than implied by the service spend projections. If we turn then onto the HRA, section 4.5, an underspend forecast there of around 8.5 million. The narrative at para 452, the bullets there set out the main explanations for that, but you'll see the primary component relates to the position with door and window replacement. Standard prudential indicators are touched on in 4.7, and 4.8 picks up with the interface with Treasury management. As you know, there's a very close relationship between the two, and of course we have a Treasury report following the agenda item after next. So I would just take you back to the recommendations, convener, and of course myself and colleagues, services will be able to address any questions that you or the committee may have. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Of course, this is a precursor towards our budget planning programme, and no doubt at all that our capital programme has been indeed hit quite badly as a result of COVID, and now all the pressures that are coming in. However, we do hope that things may start to recover a little bit, but I think it's going to take time to flow through into our capital programme for the future. So it's anticipated that we will have to look at reprofiling our capital programme going forward, and look at what is affordable by way of capital projects and actually deliverable, so that we can manage our spend. So I think it's very helpful. It's helpful to be able to understand where the pressures are right now, and indeed where they're likely to be going forward. So the report is for no time, as it is one of the information sessions that will lead into our budget programme going forward, and I'm happy to move that we note the report at this time, and we'll go to my colleague Councillor Dowse and then other questions.
Thank you, Convener. As I said in previous updated capital programmes, I expect this to slip further, and with us now entering winter, there is a natural slowdown that happens with infrastructure work. Therefore, the capacity to catch up in capital spending during this period is very, very limited. Scotland Excel have just produced a paper on material supply as part of its portfolio frameworks, and although the lead times for materials are still longer than pre-pandemic times, we are beginning to shorten. The current experience is that costs of building materials are likely to start coming down in mid to late November. There's a number of the major construction companies that have actually sent out letters advising that. And that's purely because this supply and demand is beginning to ease ever so slightly. We have a critical role to play in the recovery from the pandemic, and I appreciate the efforts of our officers in bringing these capital projects online and their continuing efforts to maintain as much of the capital programmes as they can. There is a natural link between the capital programmes and the Treasury management, and although we will need less borrowing in the short term, that is likely to become problematic in the future as we need higher borrowing to complete the capital programme over whichever 5-year period it operates. And this will require careful planning by officers, or as Brian has said, reprofile, reprogram. I'm therefore happy and take second.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. I'll open up for any questions or comments. For Councillor Bissett and Councillor Monroe.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks for that update, Mr. Smale. I just got 3 questions for you. Page 190, paragraph 4.1.4. So my question is, what process will the council go through to identify projects which could be reduced or cut?
Through you, Convener, if we pick it up question by question, essentially that one would imagine be driven by an assessment of the status of projects insofar as have they been legally committed, do they relate to legislative requirements and have that imperative behind them. So I think it's just understanding the drivers behind each project and also what their current status is in terms of what flex you then have to somewhat reshuffle the pack.
Thank you. And my next question is around paragraph 4.1.6. The Treasury report later on the agenda shows that interest rates are expected to rise faster than previously expected. Will this impact on how affordable the current capital programme is?
Yes, I think the short answer is yes. And indeed, the front page of the Financial Times today majors on expectation of a rise in interest rates, quite possibly kicking in from next month with a rise to 0.25%, and by next autumn up to 1%. So we've always recognised, because we're at the floor, there's only one way in effect to go, unless of course, as we've touched on in previous meetings, you moved into the territory of negative interest rates. So interest rates are heading north, as they always were going to. I think the question is at what pace. And yes, it's a cost of a capital project in the same way as other revenue costs, the population of a school with staff and janitor, or other assets that you may care to use as examples. So it will be an unhelpful factor to feed into the assessment of the capital programme set against constrained resources, both grant and capital receipts.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is paragraph 4.8.5. Given the interest rates are likely to increase, are officers considering bringing borrowing forward to try and get a better rate?
Yes, that's very live at the moment. The Treasury report talks, I think, about an expectation of moving into the market maybe towards the tail end of the calendar year, and that's reflecting the need to borrow in terms of our cash flow situation. We have cash, you don't need to borrow if you've got that in your back pocket, so to speak. But taking a longer term view, it may well be that we move to lock in much longer term debt, possibly up to 50 years, at what will still be historically very, very low interest rates. So very much on our agenda at the moment. It's all about judgment at what time you go into the market, what period you go for. It's going to give you the optimum, well, your best estimate of what the optimum benefit will be. So hot topic now, and hotter than it was last week, if I can put it that way.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Munro.
Afternoon, Brian. Can I ask you, in the paragraph that Robert missed out, 415, what are these projects that are causing you to sort of scratch your head? And in this paragraph, you say initial indications suggest that the costs for a number of these projects will be well in excess of what is currently included in the budget, albeit this cannot be confirmed at this time. So clearly, when you get confirmation, and they will come one after another, then that will be the point at which you make up your mind. But clearly, there is quite a challenge sort of reading this paragraph, although we don't know what those projects are.
I think it's the paragraph's trying to capture that there are projects at various stages in their life cycle, and those that are at the earlier stage and therefore are longer lead in time to come through are more likely to be susceptible to the rise in costs. And we heard Councillor Bowes mention earlier, just reinforcing the the pressure that's in the system and which the industry's recognising. So we know it's already there, and I think we're just going to have to track progress. There is a school of thought that seemed to be more prevalent before, that this was just a blip, but the fact that the Bank of England, picking up in my earlier comments, are now sending signals for rising interest rates indicates that they actually are now less inclined to think that this is a temporary blip, and is more likely to be hardwired into the inflation figures, and in consequence they really need to be seriously thinking about taking action consistent with their mandate. So we know it's there. I think it's beyond that a watching brief just to see to what extent it comes through. I think we know enough already to know that, albeit there's a general pressure coming through the supply chain, there are also particular commodities that, beyond that, are experiencing a significant rise in cost. I think timber's one that's been highlighted, but other building materials are also impacted. So, as I say, the pressure's there. We just need to keep an eye on it.
Thank you. On 422, it talks about flood risk management, and it says that some schemes will fall away. Are we saying that our flood alleviation scheme falls into this category? So, that some of them will be paused, and is the implication in this that ours will be paused?
I think there's a recognition at the national level, and I know because of its significance, our officers are engaging directly with COSLA and the Scottish Government on this issue. Certainly the Grangemouth scheme, which is the scheme that dwarfs all the others, has a price tag attached to it that, as things sit, isn't affordable for the council, and there needs to be a recognition that a properly resourced scheme needs to get put together that stacks up. You know, a scheme 300-400 million. You need to be realistic about the capacity to fund that. So I think that's very much an open dialogue with the Scottish Government at the moment in terms of the sheer scale and implications that sit behind that in terms of funding.
And our contribution was 10%?
Yes, from memory, it's of that order. But 10% of a big number gives you another big number. And if it was 300 million, can we afford 30 million? If it's 400 million, can we afford 40 million?
Thank you.
I'll maybe ask Douglas to maybe come in and speak about the work that's going on with the GFIB, the Future Industries Board, and looking at particularly the Grangemouth flood defences.
Thanks, Convener, and picking up on points made by Brian there. Yeah, the Grangemouth scheme is the largest in the country. It's the #1 priority in the assessment of flood risk schemes across the country, and it therefore is #1 in terms of the projects being advanced by government and ourselves to help to take it forward. There's been a considerable amount of work done, and for that reason the point about a pause to the schemes did give us concern because of the scale of work that's programmed in this immediate phase that needs to be taken forward. And so we are still continuing that, allowing for the fact that there may need to be some point reached as to whether there's a call made when and in what way the scheme proceeds. But as you say, Convener, there is the Grangemouth Future Industries Board that has been established by government, and they've received a presentation on the Grangemouth scheme from Alistair Dawson in our team that reinforces its scale and importance for the nation. The approach to flood defence funding works on the basis of 80% coming from government, 20% from local authorities. But in the case of the Grangemouth scheme, Brian's right that 10% is seen as the council's contribution, allowing for a further 10% coming from TIF. But that really relies on getting some clarity on the final sum that's expected to be paid, and the formula that has been established is what COSLA and the government are looking at, given the ongoing pressure for the delivery of these kinds of schemes and the increasing costs that are associated with them.
Thank you, Douglas. Any other questions or comments? I don't see any hands. No. Okay, are we content to note the report? Okay, thank you. Okay, item 12 is the projected financial position 21-22, and again it's with Brian.
Thanks, Convener. So turning to the revenue position for the current year now, there are three main points I think to bring out in this report. The first one is the reversion back to the position as set out in the March budget report with respect to harnessing fiscal flexibilities, which I'll come back to. The second one is the reflection of the decision at the August executive, and indeed the same stance was taken in the March budget recommendations, which were accepted in terms of the instruction to services to bring what was then a projected overspend back in August back in line with budget, and that indeed was reinforced with a mandate from the Chief Executive to services to support that, and we're seeing the benefit of that coming through in the projections in this report. And the third strand that I would like to highlight is the remaining uncertainty over the impact of pay award and national insurance. So these, I would suggest, are the three big takeaway points from this report. If I just run through the main headings in the actual report itself. So if we pick up first in section 4.1, the general fund, and you can see the position for each service area set out there. I'm not proposing to go through that. As I say, I think the key point is they're all projected now to be within budget. The table at para 4.1.21 updates you on the range and scale of COVID grants that we received in the current year. Then, if I can turn to fiscal flexibilities, and if I can try and succinctly summarise the position there. The budget back in March, early March, was positioned for us to use fiscal flexibilities in the current financial year to help balance the budget. And then very quickly that position changed, as you know from previous reports, by the wall of grants relating to COVID that were received in the very last weeks of the financial year. So that changed the landscape, and we then recalibrated to a provisional position of, rather than using fiscal flexibilities in the current year to help balance the budget, we would use that surplus of COVID grant. But casting our eye forward to what looms ahead, most particularly and imminently with respect to the forthcoming budget 22-23, we'd always recognise that the rules for harnessing fiscal flexibilities closed in 21-22, i.e. there was a window of opportunity that was about to shut. And we knew the pressures faced with the 22-23 budget, and the fourth report in this sequence will come back to that more specifically. So we weren't sure whether we would be able to harness fiscal flexibilities, but for the purpose, in effect, of using them for 22-23, given the window closed in 21-22. But we've concluded that we can do that, and I think that's very helpful in terms of us managing the situation. So, rounding that point off, it's now positioned that we will in fact use fiscal flexibilities in the current year. That's a value of around 8 million. The biggest element is the loans fund advances holiday, which there's a price to pay for, a cash price to pay for, but in the round is a best value course of action, and capital receipts, which is a lower figure, about 1.5 million. So we will harness them in the current year and use them to balance the current year. Those COVID grants that I talked about earlier that were received at the tail end of last financial year, and which we were then going to use in the current year, will now carry forward a further year into 22-23 to be applied for COVID purposes. And maybe the final point, and it's an important one to be aware of here, is because they're COVID-related grants, we can only use them for COVID-related impact. So what we've done in estimating the position for 22-23 is we've had to say what proportion of that spend, that impact, can be attributed to COVID. And our best estimate, which may change, but I wouldn't have thought markedly, is about 5.5 million. So that sum released, only 5.5 million, or whatever variation of that figure we end up, can be used to help balance 22-23. And the remaining gap, a couple of million or so, we would then carry forward to the year after, i.e. 23-24, to help balance the budget there. So that's how we're proposing it's configured going forward, both in terms of optimally dealing with the current year and also with 23-24. So if I move on to section 4.3 of the paper, that sets out the position with planned budget savings, which obviously need to be delivered to achieve the balanced budget in the current position. And there's no substantial change from the position we previously reported in August. The next section then takes us on to reserves, and because of the positive position I've been describing earlier, our reserves position has improved somewhat and is now projected to be around 10.5 million, which sits comfortably within the strategy limits. But pick up in my opening comment on the uncertainty of the pay award. And were the pay award, and I said this at the same juncture when we were considering the August paper at this meeting, if that ended up at the same level as the 4% awarded to NHS, that would materially erode that balance. So big uncertainty and potentially big impact on that balance if the pay award moves too far away from what we've assumed. That section also lists the range of other reserves we have. But the focus has been on the main reserve, general reserve. Section 4.5 touches on workforce and some relevant metrics there. 4.6 picks up in the HRA, and I won't dwell on that on the basis that it's in line, important area, but it's in line with budget. So from a budgetary control point of view, I don't think we need to dwell on it. And that, convener, I think, readily takes us back to the recommendations at the front of the report. And I'll pause there.
Thank you, Brian. And it's a snapshot of where we are right now, and it's helpful, again, as part of the budget planning. Pleased that service budgets have all been brought in, but I'm going to ask you, or indeed any of the services, or indeed Kenneth, whether or not we feel that is going to be able to be sustainable going forward, particularly around children's services, and whether or not the pressures are likely to increase. I mean, certainly I know the IGIB are continuing to be under pressure, and while they've had additional COVID funding for around their mobilisation plans, we are going into a very protracted and sustained period, and of course the winter pressures are coming in on top. I was going to say, do you want to take that, Brian, or has everybody disappeared and left you?
Convener, I mean, if I give my thoughts, I think, notwithstanding there are genuine pressures coming through for services, and there is, as we touched on in the capital report, a pervading sense of cost pressure kicking in. So that does make it more challenging. But the council's financial position is very challenging. And I think it's a case of needs must. Services just need to take the necessary action which they've committed to, and consistent with the mandated position given by this committee, given by council, and given by the chief executive, to operate within their approved budget. Because if we don't, we overspend. The balances position, the reserves position we've just touched on, gets eroded, and our financial sustainability becomes less stable than it needs to. So it's important, very important, that services do operate within their budgets, but not underestimating the challenge that represents for responsible officers.
Thanks, Kenneth. Thanks, Brian. I think Kenneth wanted to come in.
Thank you, Convener. I mean, Brian said it really, but it's about the criticality of our reserve position going forward. So you'll see, and we'll turn to this in the budget update report we come to shortly, the severity of the challenge that faces us next year, and we need to go into that with a strong reserve position. And so the necessity of managing spend in that context in the current year is absolute, and that's the reason for both the action I took and the recommendations in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and with that assurance as much as possible be able to give, I'm happy to move the recommendations within the report, noting the very challenging position that we have going forward into the budget. Mr. Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. There's been a lot of stuff that Brian has covered there. I will try not to overly repeat because it can get very repetitive. I will make sure that one is repeated. Can I welcome that all services reporting that will be within budget for this financial year, and in trying times this has to be appreciated by all, the effort to get there. obviously, if we can keep that going and bring it in under budget, that would be exceptionally good. The increase in reserves position is also welcome to 10.662 million. However, we should always be cautious. I think Brian will appreciate me stating this one on extensive use of reserves to support services, as this will incur additional deficit for the following year. It's something Brian has for 4.5 years repeated in my ear every second day. Please remember it. But it's right, because the budgets and the gaps going forward are not exactly small. So if and where possible, we have to do it with a lot of care to make sure that we are doing the right thing, not just for this year, but for future years. On a less positive note, there are still considerable pressures on the revenue budgets, and these have been reported on several occasions, as Brian has done again, and therefore I will not go through them again. The only one I would note is national insurance. A lot of people you saw the press and people complaining about national insurance and rightly how it's going to affect individuals. And what people forget is you get employers' contributions to national insurance. So the 1.25% is actually a double tax, and that will hit every business as well as people personally. In summary, we have projected expenditure 2.8 million for lower available resources, additionally 8.7 million of COVID reserves to address COVID recovery phase pressure only. You'd think I've been listening to you, Brian, in future years, but we still have pressures on our accounts. I'm happy to second the review of council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gary. I'll open it up for any questions from members. Oh. I'll let Councillor Bissett and then I'll come back to you. Is it Councillor Gardner? Oh, is that right? I'll let Councillor Bissett and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Alexander.
Thanks, Convener. I just wanted to ask Mr. Smale, is there any sense of how likely the 4% pay award will be? Is it likely to happen? Have we any sense of that?
I think, Convener, the position remains uncertain. I know ballots have been undertaken. It may well be my colleague, Mr. Ritchie, might be able to give a more informed or up-to-date position, but I think the process is still rolling forward and not yet resolved, so the uncertainty remains. And I think the link point with the national insurance, as Councillor Bowes was just touching on, bearing in mind that it impacts employees as well as employers, isn't going to be helpful to minimising, we might say, the outcome here. It's one would think inevitably going to reinforce the pressure for a larger percentage pay award. But insofar as I understand it, still work in progress, not yet resolved.
Okay, thanks, Brian. And given that the COVID monies comes to the UK government, could it be said that the UK government is helping us close the budget gap?
It could be said, but I think the position is there is a flow of resource relating to COVID consequentials from Westminster to Holyrood, and then Holyrood determines how those resources will be spent. We can see from the figures quoted in this report the scale of COVID grant that has been received in 2021, last financial year, and the current financial year. But I suppose what's of some concern is there's no real indication that that will flow through to 22-23. There seems to be a perception that actually the acute period for COVID concludes with the end of this year, and that the impact is very much minimal going forward. You heard me say earlier, our projected COVID impact for 22-23 next year is still 5.5 million. So we're not seeing any evidence of the adverse impact of COVID going away. So the grant coming through to us is it's significant, and it's very welcome regardless of the source from which it comes.
Thanks, Brian. And just to say, I think we as a council would take money from anywhere to try and close the gap to help the people that we represent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bissett. Just to say there'll be an update to council leaders at COSLA next week in relation to the pay award, but there has been no further discussions directly with trade unions as yet. I don't know whether Mr Ritchie wants to say anything about the outcome of the ballot locally. You there, Stuart?
Yeah, I'm there. Thanks, Convener. So my understanding is that none of the unions received a sufficiently positive ballot to allow industrial action to take place. Worthwhile bearing in mind that negotiations occur at a national level. So as you've just said, Convener, I'll be back to the table for discussions at a national level. So that's my understanding of where things sit locally.
Thank you, Stuart. Okay, Councillor Alexander.
Thanks, Convener. I don't know if there's any early feedback yet from the sources that the council has bids to. This is, for example, the investment zone.
Sorry, could you maybe repeat that last wee bit? It was in relation to the investment zone?
Yeah, such as the investment zone. Is there any feedback with regards to progress?
Oh, Douglas, do you want to give where we are with government in relation to the growth deal?
Yeah, still in discussions with them. We have submitted the strategic outline cases for each of the projects. We've had some feedback from UK and Scottish Government civil servants on the submissions that have been made. We're hopeful that we'll be able to get heads of terms on these concluded by the end of the calendar year. And importantly, the investment zone funds are capital, and so they would be anticipated to kick in from next financial year at the earliest, and would come in the form of capital resources for delivery of those projects.
Yeah, I realise it's over. I'm afraid that the convener had moved on by the time I managed to unmute myself. The last report, but the £6 million in particular was earmarked for in-centre. Is any change to the government's position with this, with both governments? Again, it's a jointly funded effort.
It's something they're looking at. They've got the business case was submitted for that. We've appraised them of the latest situation of the council and that project, and so we're waiting to hear back from them.
Good. Okay, well, we'll hear some positive news shortly. And if not, then we'll have to reconsider the position.
Yeah, Councillor Alexander, apologies if I moved on, but I can't see the folks that are online on the screen. So if I appear to ignore you, I apologise for that.
I understand that, and there's no blame at that, so no complaint.
And what Karen's telling me is you've not got your camera on, so you've maybe been waving, but she's not been able to see you either.
Let's switch the camera off.
Okay, however, is that all your questions for now, yeah?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, right. Councillor Bowes, you wanted a question?
Yeah, but I was going to ask, sorry, I'll do that. Sorry, a question directly to Brian, since he's not wanting to bring it up. Do Scottish people pay taxes? Do Scottish people pay NI? Therefore, are Scottish people paying their own bills?
I'm not sure if that's a particular question for Brian or perhaps a rhetorical question. James, Lynn, I can't remember if somebody indicated they wanted, was it yourself, Lynn?
Thank you, Convener. The only question I had was, I noticed Brian painted this very fragile position, didn't he, on the numbers, but the challenge is the bit we can't do anything about, which is how the salary situation will work out. But later on point 452, we have the issue around headcount. And I'd just like to know whether all of the additional, because it quite clearly crept up over the last number of years quite substantially, whether these are all down to ring-fence posts created via the early years and things like that, or whether there was some scope for us as a council to have limited that creep with posts, because in that regard, in terms of workforce, we do have some margin to do something about it, whereas in terms of the salary increases, it's out with our hands.
Stuart, do you want to take that question?
Thanks, Convener. I'm not sure that I managed to catch all of Councillor Munro's question, unfortunately.
Okay,
Don't mind repeating it for me.
Yeah, I'll ask you to repeat.
Thank you.
I was just saying that we cannot do anything about the 4% projected increase, but that our headcount under 452 has increased from 7,000 to 7,500 over the last 5 years. Are all of these posts funded by ring-fence money, or do we have an opportunity within those increases, or did we have an opportunity to actually think about whether or not we employed additional people, because we do have some flexibility in terms of head count. To make sense.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure we had a lot of flexibility on these matters. You're right. These will be ring-fenced monies, so typically children's services areas, and with new money, there's an expectation that that will be new employees coming in. So what you would have seen is a growth in early years, for example, but the core of the council's workforce reducing over time as we have not filled vacancies, employees have taken voluntary severance, etc. And you'll have seen these kind of numbers appearing in the kind of annual budget report that comes to members kind of February and March of each year. So there's an opportunity for staff to retrain where that's available to them, but by and large we'll be talking about relatively small numbers of employees who do that, and the vast majority of that will be new employees who are coming into the council in the areas that I've just spoken about.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions on this particular report? I don't see any hands. And no one in the room. Okay, we're happy to give the report.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, item 14 is the budget update. Brian, it's back with you.
Convener, is it item 13, Treasury?
Oh,
Treasury.
apologies, I didn't mean to miss out Treasury, but yes, you're
Treasury.
absolutely right, it's Treasury first.
Good try, Convener. I'll try and keep this one short. So this is an interim report, roughly halfway during the financial year relative to the strategy that's approved at the front end of the year. And of course, there's something of a review or post-mortem after the financial year. The bullets at the top of page 226 set out the areas covered in the update. The first one's the economic backcloth and interest rate outlook, which we've to some degree touched on earlier items. In terms of the borrowing strategy in 4.2, paragraphs 4.2.3 and 4.2.4 show the clear link with the capital report and kind of mirrors what the capital report does in terms of the two of them speaking to each other. And you can see the borrowing estimates we've assumed relative to the capital position. Para 4.2.5 shows updated projected borrowing position for the current year, and 4.2.7 and 8 note that no borrowings done to date, but again chiming with comments on earlier items. We will review the timing of the borrowing indicated there, and it just shows you how quickly things can change the time the report was written. Moving from borrowing to investment in section 4.3, at the moment, very, very low yields on investments, but one of the upsides of horizon interest rates are that lenders start to get some more realistic compensation for lending. So the relationship between borrowers and lenders starts to shift. Para 4.3.4 is just a snapshot of investments on a particular day, showing that we had just under 81 million out of various sources summarised there. And supplementing that, the appendix shows a benchmarking position, again a snapshot in time of Falkirk relative to other councils. And as you might expect, given the size of the council, we sit roughly in the middle there. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say in this report, Convener. You can see the recommendations at section 2 and with the standard element of referring to council consistent with the Treasury Management Code. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian, and I really didn't mean to miss it out, honest. For Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. I should of course have read the FT this morning before writing this, but we're basing it on the report, but fortunately a lot of it's kind of close to it anyway. So the aim of this report is to inform the executive day-to-day cash flow, investment surplus cash, to ensure that basically there's no dead cash sitting about and it's earning a return where that is possible. I think obviously with what Brian said today, if the bank interest rate does move to 1%, which is still relatively low, I would suggest. I seem to remember way back a long time ago it jumped up to 15% for a very, very short period. But even at that, we may actually get a shekel or two back in return for money we do lend. And it also states it ties closely with the capital programme programs of the council ensuring that borrowing needs are met. As the report says, and I have added a wee bit right on at the end of this, is in line with the report, inflation is currently at 4%. I've always thought that was a bit of a false figure because I think they took house prices out of the general inflation figure, and I think if you look at house price inflation at the moment, it's somewhere near 15%, but that's maybe because there was no market movement for quite a long time. However, it is where it is.
but it's expected to be in the region, or it's expected to go back down still within a few years, fingers crossed. Predicted banking, the predicted increase of the bank rate at that point was initially 2023. It was then brought forward to the second quarter of 2022, and this is still what I've written this morning. However, in a volatile market, this could adjust in a very short period. I wasn't expecting 4 hours, Brian, for that short period to be, but I take what you read there as being spot on. So, although a technical report, this is important to all our citizens in Falkirk, both personally, as the implication of a bank rate rise has the potential to add costs to their everyday life through their purchases, mortgages, and various other items, and to the capital spend of the Falkirk Council, as we set the parameters of we have set parameters of finance to purchase capital projects which could see improvements to the infrastructure of our citizens' lives. We have lived in a period of reasonable stability with interest rates until the pandemic struck. And now more than ever, we have to make our money work and ensure that we get the maximum impact for the money spent to support our citizens and our businesses, which will in turn produce jobs and stability for all. I'm going to keep it short, keep it close to here, and I'm going to move the recommendations in section 2.1 of the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowes, and I will just formally second. I don't think there's any to remember the points that you've made here, and I'll put it up for any questions or comments. Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, Convener. I just wanted to ask Brian a quick question. Paragraph 4.1.5. Given the volatility of rates just now, have the rates in the table changed significantly since the report was produced, 2 weeks ago?
The short answer, Convener, through you, is yes. All those rates, particularly at the short end, have moved north. And again, that's just chiming with earlier comments made around interest rates. So there's a definite sense of the tectonic plates shifting somewhat. This is a substantive change in the environment and representing a distinct move upwards. And that strong sentiment's coming through the market. Forward interest rates are reflecting a rise. So it's kind of hardwired into markets now that there's an expectation, almost a self-fulfilling expectation that rates will rise. So that's feeding into what I was also saying earlier about taking stock as to our timing of what we might borrow and the period we might borrow it over, and fundamentally the difference between short-term rates and long-term rates. You can see just from that table you're referring to, if you look at the first line, 21, 22, money market rates in the first column, 0.1, 0.2, that's 0.1%. But you cast your eye across to say 25 years, 2%. So there's a heck of a difference between 2% and 0.1% at the short end. So there's a juggling act to be done between capitalising on those short-term rates, but also trying to protect the future by locking into what are still very, very attractive rates. Councillor Bowes mentioned 15% some years ago. I used to have a wall chart in my office that captured that period, and it was like the Alps. But there was nothing below about 10%. It all varied between 10 and 20%. A different world.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nigel.
Yeah, thanks. Again, just a query from Brian, just more a matter of interest, but well, it is on a matter of interest. In terms of our loans, how many are on? Do we have loans on variable interest rates, or are the interest rates? Is the interest fixed at the time when the loan's taken out? Because obviously, if that's the case, then they're unaffected by a day-to-day balance of the bank rate.
Yeah, it's a very good point through you, convener. Certainly, that you're exposed with variable rate, and those at a personal level that are on variable rate mortgages may well see the implications of that coming through. Those of you on fixed term mortgages, well done. But yeah, it's if you're on variable, you're exposed. So we look to lock in when rates are low on fixed term, and the opposite would apply. You know, the scenario I was talking about earlier. You know, Councillor Bowes' reference to 15%. You would be less inclined to lock in at that rate on the assumption that rates were probably going to come down. So it's very much a function of how interest rates are sitting. But if they're low, you're tending not to take variable rate because the upside risk is they're going to head north. Does that answer the question?
Indeed, thanks, Brian.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions or comments for Brian? Are we happy to do the report?
Indeed.
Okay, thank you. And we do go into the budget update now, Brian. That might be the one where we forget about.
Thanks, convener. So the three previous reports were all focused on the current year, though, as we readily saw, there's an inevitable linkage with what's to come down the track, but we more explicitly focus on 22-23 and moving budget that is before us. The front end of the report notes that this is a significant milestone in terms of putting data before members across the budget cycle, obviously culminating in the council meeting in early March when the budget, various strands of the budget, more about that later. And that front section also emphasises that members aren't being asked to take any decisions. What's before you today is for information. The decisions come another day. So the first section, 4.1, the economic and budget context, maybe a few things to pluck out there. We've got the UK budget and spending review towards the end of this month, not far away now, on the 27th. And as the commentary notes, back of an expectation of a continuing challenging environment for non-protected services, such as local government coming out of the spending review. Insofar as closer to home, we now helpfully know the Scottish Government budget's the 9th of December. We're not anticipating getting the local government settlement, which of course is what we're primarily interested in, until about a week later. And I think also noting the realignment at Holyrood gives a much stronger expectation of what comes forth as the budget proposition will hold through Parliament and inject a welcome degree of certainty into our deliberations, rather than what has hitherto been the case, knowing that it can change right up to the last minute, and invariably does or did change up to the last minute. So more certainty on that front, I think, has to be very much welcomed. 4.2 picks up on the updated budget gap. And you can see from the front end of that section that there's a number of adjustments that have been made. These have already been shared by the cross-party member budget working group to update the gap to get a more realistic position. So we've plugged in an assumption on, for example, the pay award, not the full 4%, but a presumption that will probably be a bit above what we've budgeted for, and also for national insurance. The fiscal flexibilities, as we touched on in the earlier report, are now harnessed. But having plugged all those elements in, and some are positive and some are negative, we still end back at a projected budget gap of nearly 9 million still to be found. And that assumes all the savings that are appended to the report are all taken. And I'm sure you'll agree that's an unlikely proposition. So that 10 million or 9 million is going to, in practice, be a larger figure. And the consequence of having to find another 10 million or so of savings beyond the ones that are on the table, it means that this second wave, if I can call them that, of savings options are going to be extremely challenging for members. There's no getting away from that. These are savings services have been reluctant to bring forward, but now, by necessity, they will need to. An indication of the areas that we would need to pursue to help identify those savings are set out in the bullets at the bottom of page 240. And maybe finally in that section, worth noting in para 425, the top of page 241, that an added assumption has been made of the application of reserves. But picking up Councillor Bowse's well-made point on the earlier item, both fiscal flexibilities and reserves, to the extent that they're applied to help balance 22-23, and they're very welcome in those terms. But there's no free lunch, and they go straight on to the deficit for the subsequent financial year 23-24. So that 5.5 million that we are anticipating using for fiscal flexibilities for 22-23, and whatever the element of reserves used, that number will go straight on to the existing deficit for the following year. And indeed, the appendix showing the gaps, if you cast your eye along the columns 23-24, you'll see that figure, the estimated figure, being added on to the gap at the very top of that column. In terms of the savings options that are on the table, section 4.3, they're summarised for each service in the appendices, and you'll see we've sought, I think, helpfully to differentiate those savings that we've classified as operational, as opposed to those where there are decisions that properly members would need to take. And we've also identified those savings that can be allocated to one of the three Council of the Future transformation work streams. So we've been able to cut and dice it, if you like, in a couple of different ways. Maybe just emphasise that para 432 highlights that while a number of those savings do have attendant staffing reductions, for this tranche of savings, these would be achieved, certainly the operational ones, through voluntary severance, vacancy management, or indeed some where there is a position budgeted for, but there's not an intention by the service to fill them. But chiming with my earlier comment about what's still to come, I would anticipate it would be a more challenging environment on this front when those second wave of savings in due course come before you for consideration. 4.4 just briefly touches on zero-based budgeting, ZBB. As you know, we've got 2 pilots live at the moment. And because the gap statement, again, if you cast your eye to the statement in the appendix, shows across each of the years, including next year, 1.7 million coming from that source. So we need to work up, and indeed are working up, it's quite well advanced, a programme of future ZBB projects for your consideration, and they'll come before you in due course. There's not the same urgency for them because, you know, they're not kicking in until 23-24 and the years after. So we have a reasonable amount of time still to give due consideration to what are the most productive areas we can look at. Section 4.5 picks up on the important area of engagement. The first or front part of that section is very much focused on our current very reinvigorated and dynamic engagement with the community, led much by the work of Kenny Gillespie and his team. And indeed, it's Kenny who's essentially contributed to that front end section of the paper here in terms of community engagement. Staff and trade unions, of course, are another absolutely vital strand to the engagement process. You can see the position relating to them summarised in paragraph 454. And of course, all savings options require equality and poverty impact assessment and EPI to be prepared. So they'll evaluate against those criteria. There's a kind of wrap section at 4.6, other considerations. Maybe just to throw out a point there. One, to note that albeit the focus of this paper is on the revenue budget, not to lose sight of the fact that there's the IJB business plan still to come. There's the HRA, both revenue and capital, and there's also the General Services Capital Programme to come as well. And given the challenges that we know that programme is going to face, I thought it worthwhile in para 463, just in the bullets there, just to in effect give a heads up as to the sorts of issues that are going to colour what is going to be another challenging budget work stream for you to consider in due course. And maybe also to highlight at the bottom of page 243, para 464, that we're looking to bring the business plan into alignment with the timing of the budget report. So an expectation that will come before the March Budget Council meeting as well. And finally, the looking forward section, I just refer you to the 2 graphics, the timelines appended, just giving you the milestones from where we are at the moment through to that climatic council meeting in early March. I'll stop there, convener, and myself and colleagues will endeavour to answer any questions or clarify any points that members may have.
Thank you, Brian, and for outlining where we are with our budget plans and proposals. We have a significant challenge before us in order to meet that predicted gap and ensure that we have a robust medium-term financial plan and business plan to support that going forward. As would normally happen at this time of year, this report puts in front of members officer options for them to give consideration to. And at this stage it is only just options that are put before us. As you've said, there's no decisions at this stage, and there's a number of further work still to be done to bring forward other options in order that there is a true opportunity for choice by members going forward. I think it's helpful to have the transformational savings detailed and what our transformational programmes delivering, and also those that are operational savings, and the clarity around the fact that the staff reduction will be managed through natural processes such as voluntary service, redeployment, etc., and the deletion of posts is helpful in order to not to at this stage give any scaring to our staff around what might happen in the future, because it's something that I wouldn't want to do at this time, considering everything that folks have been through as a result of COVID, that creating further uncertainty at this time is not something we would want to do. ZBB, as we know, there's a couple of projects, and what it has shown is it's not a panacea, it's not an overall answer, it's another tool in the box to be able to fill that budget gap. And I look forward to seeing the proposals where we're going to take that next, because I'm aware that not all services, particularly those that are needs-led, are going to be easy to manage around ZBB, but there are aspects that could work in and around that. Our challenge still remains around COVID and the uncertainties of what that's going to be over the next year, 2 years. I think there will be an overhang that will continue for some time yet, that as local authorities we will need to deal with. And I look forward to having further conversations with governments around that going forward, and the recognition that while the recovery programme is ongoing, there is still going to be a residual need to support local authorities and communities for the next year or so in doing that. It's helpful that we have the UK, a clear date for the UK spending review, and indeed Scottish Government has set their budget date, and with the arrangements within the Scottish Government, that gives a bit of certainty and also gives us time to be able to build our budget from knowing what our local government settlement will be to that budget setting date in the new financial year. There's a lot of work to do, there's a lot of challenges in front of members. I think we are basing things on the best possible advice from yourself and your other director colleagues, and the best assumptions, and we're no different from other councils in that respect. But the continual challenges that are before us aren't going to go away. We do need to address them, and having things like the sudden increase in our budget gap as a result of national insurance contributions as an employer hasn't been helpful, and I hope that we don't have any further challenges in relation to that. The pay deal will play out in due course. That's not something that we have much by way of control over at individual council level, as it is agreed nationally, but we'll continue to highlight the impact on local authorities, both with government and with our colleagues in the trade unions, and we hope that we can reach something that will be agreeable from all parties going forward, as I'm sure we'd like to be able to do that from the point of view of our staff who have been awaiting the outcome of this for a long time, and we really welcome getting that settled. But it is a case of parties having to get back around the table. Therefore happy to move the recommendations in the report. Again, it's a moment in time where information is presented to us. No decisions are required today as part of the work in progress. And as we have our programme of meetings in the budget working group, there will be an awful lot of work for members to do over the next couple of months. Thank you very much, Brian, and I'm happy to move the report. Mr. Boyce.
Thank you, Convener. I've got to say you're more than moving the report. I don't really think I can improve on that, to be honest with you. This is tough set figures to look at. There's no hiding it. Take a small positive out of it on the savings on the House of the Future themes, like 7 million per tonne on House of the Future themes is an investment well made in previous years. And if you look at the future years as well, that hopefully continues as well. There's a lot of work we do have to a degree. This is one of the earlier stages of the budget cycle, and I'm not playing it down by saying that. But when you've got a move of 6.5 million up from your original gap, and yes, we've been helped with COVID reserves with 5.3, but they then, as you will see, as Brian discussed earlier on, you will see them going directly on to 23-24. If you look at the top right hand side of the page, which was a £10 million, £10.7 million budget gap, is now 17.5 through those applications of those reserves. I'm not trying to play it down. There's a lot of hard work, there's a lot of work to go through here from every party here, and it's going to be a tough one. I can't be happy to second this intent, the second of the council on this one.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rouse. I'll open it up for any questions anybody may have. No, are we content to vote the report? What's sorry, Councillor Kerr? Okay, thank you. Thank you. We are getting to the end of the agenda. I appreciate that everybody is getting a wee bit kind of weary, but we're almost there, folks. We've got agenda item 15, which is land surplus to requirements, Westfield Townhouse, Townhouse Street in Derry. And Councillor Garner, I think you've got a declaration to make.
Yes, I'll have to declare an interest in this. I'm a member of Dunniface FC's committee, so I will take no part in the debate.
Okay, somebody will stick you in the lobby, I think.
I need to be stuck in the lobby, or can I not just sit and not take any part?
The suggestion has been you either have to go into the lobby or put your camera off, Councillor Garner. Just so that you can't see.
No problem at all. No problem at all. I'll do the latter.
Okay, thanks very much.
I'll cancel the one.
Okay, Douglas.
Thanks, Convener. A fairly straightforward report. It's relating to a request for an acquisition of land at land adjacent to Dunnipace Football Club. It's come from Stonywood Community Project, and they're asking for approval that we would declare the site surplus and proceed to dispose of the site to them. It does require a negotiated agreement to proceed with them, and also to conclude a new servitude right of access with Dunnipace Juniors to enable them access to the proposed site. The request has come through Storywood Community Project in order for them to proceed to create a community garden. They would operate that for the benefit of people they work with, principally adults with learning disabilities. It would also give benefits for the wider community and aligns with our community growing and employability objectives. So we see that there's significant merit with that. It does require, as I've mentioned, that agreement with Dunny-Pace Juniors for a servitude right of access. Stonywood would also require to get approval for the works to take place with planning where necessary. We have appraised the proposed value of the site that's been transferred to them in conjunction with the district valuer. It's a suggested sale price of £10,000, and the project would be responsible for any ongoing maintenance of the site. So we see that this has some significant benefits in the reuse of land that's been derelict since the loss of the former social club building on the site, and therefore we're asking to declare the site surplus and that we be authorised to proceed to conclude a negotiated agreement with Stonywood Community Project and a new servitude right of access with Dunny-Pace Juniors to allow the development to proceed. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Douglas. I've got Councillor Alexander, if you're there, David.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. You going to move the report?
Sorry?
Are you going to move the report?
Yes, I'm happy to move the report. We see this is the type of participation within the community that we're all looking for. Dunny-Pace and Cameron and Boys, other junior clubs, and what they bring to the table is quite significant. So I formally move acceptance of the report and acceptance of the proposals.
Thank you, David. I know that there's been extensive consultation done in the area, and that this does show that football clubs can be real parts of the community and work with the community. So I'm more than happy to second the report. I'll open it up for any questions or comments that any members may have. Councillor Bissett.
Thanks for we welcome this, and Councillor Blackman's told me that it's been a piece of land that's been derelict for a long time, so it's good to see community group getting involved with it and make it the proposal. I think it's fantastic what they're planning to do, and we certainly support it 100% in there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Just a question. Just the due diligence will be done that it can't be sold for anything else that in later years to come.
Douglas, the terms of the sale?
It's normal with these types of transactions that we leave a clause that if there were any overage, any uplift in value arising from a subsequent disposal, then the council would have provision for access to that. So we would apply that as a standard clause.
Okay, Nigel?
Right, just to say that to echo Councillor Bissett's views that this is going to afford an excellent facility within Dunny-Pace, and I'm happy to support it.
Okay, thank you. As there is no indication from anyone else who wish to speak or comment on it, can we agree the report?
Great.
Okay. As we now are about to move into private session, I think we're going to take a maybe 10-minute comfort break so that the people maybe make themselves more comfortable, stretch their legs a little bit, because I'm afraid that we've been sitting for